Chapter 798. Fang Ping waited for Jiao to speak. He had always thought that Jiao had some intelligence. But now Jiao was confused, looking at Fang Ping blankly. Fang Ping was helpless. Do you really want me to say it out loud? Isn't it good that everyone has a tacit understanding? Looking at your expression now, I seriously suspect that you have no idea what to do next. Fang Ping pondered for a moment, then said slowly, Also, I came to the bounded zone this time with the intention of cleaning up the demons in the bounded zone, to prevent them from causing trouble at the crucial moment. Although we have the absolute advantage in attacking the 7 southern regions and the bounded zone, we cannot be careless. King Jiao, if you want to leave, I think you should think of a way out now. Otherwise, if I clean up the demons now, it may attract the attention of the true kings in the bounded zone. Although I'm not afraid, and they won't dare to kill me, King Jiao will be in danger. In this world, no matter if you're a human or a demon, you can't do anything without a backer. I have a few true kings protecting me. Even the old antiques in the bounded zone won't dare to do anything to me. There are many true kings who want to kill me in the restricted zone, but there are still dozens of them. When I went to the restricted zone, dozens of true kings wanted to kill me. In the end, my elder ancestor contacted a few old friends and almost killed those true kings. They were so scared that they no longer dared to mention killing me. But it's difficult without a backer. Fang Ping sighed. If King Jiao has a way, I think it's better to find a force with a backer. At the very least, there must be a true king holding the fort. Without a true king, there's no backing. Right now, the most suitable force for King Jiao to rely on is the myriad demon royal court, but it's very chaotic there. Not long ago, dozens of true kings' descendants died. Guarding the royal court is also troublesome. They don't like to take in foreign demons. Destiny Royal Court is fine as a bus, but they like to raise demons and eat their meat. Heavenly Plants Royal Court, forget it. They have a good relationship with demon plants, but they politely decline monsters. No matter how I think about it, maybe only the Forbidden Sea is suitable for King Jiao. But there are countless rank 9 monsters in the Forbidden Sea. They might not be interested in rank 8 demons. King Jiao probably knows this. Jiao nodded its huge head. Of course I know. Over at the Forbidden Sea, there were many demons under the water, and there were also many rank 9s. Moreover, even though it didn't matter whether it was underwater or not at its current realm, it still wasn't used to living underwater. It didn't want to live underwater. No matter how big the world is there no place for this king? Seeing that it was still confused, Fang Ping cursed in his heart. Stupid dog! I've already made it very clear that none of these forces are suitable for you. Furthermore, they all have the backing of a true monarch, as well as the people you're on good terms with. Apart from me, do you have any other choices? Why can't you understand? What about his IQ? Fang Ping waited for a moment. When there was no response, he smiled faintly again and said, Let's not talk about this for now. King Jiao has been in the bounded boundaries for some time now. Why don't you tell me about the situation here? This time, I came here with the intention of testing my skills. I'll kill some rank 9 beasts and bring them back to forge divine weapons. It's not a waste. Of course, I only need the brain core and the heart core. King Jiao, you can eat the demon's flesh as you please. Hurry up and advance to the 9th level. A rank 8 monster is really not enough now. The Jiao's eyes widened. Killing demonic beasts to forge divine weapons? The chef wanted to kill king-level monsters? Fang Ping laughed. Don't worry, King Jiao. What's the relationship between you and me? Killing demons is because they're blocking my way. I'm determined to conquer the 7 southern territories. These demons may become an obstacle. If they're really willing to follow my orders, I'm not willing to slaughter them wantonly. But not all demons are as friendly to humans as you are, King Jiao. Some demons are stubborn. For the sake of great things, they must be killed. Roar. At that moment, The Jiao seemed to have thought of something and suddenly growled. Fang Ping listened attentively. Slightly puzzled, he asked, King Jiao, are you saying that you're friendly to humans? Won't that spoil your plans? Don't worry, King Jiao. Fang Ping will not attack you. Roar. I can't kill them. Fang Ping laughed again. It's fine. I have the elder ancestor's avatar. In fact, I don't even need it. I can kill them all by myself. Just watch, King Jiao. The Jiao suddenly did not know what to say. After struggling for a while, it roared again, this time with some hesitation. King Jiao, you mean? Fang Ping thought for a while before saying, you can convince these demons so that they won't attack humans? Fang Ping asked curiously, King Jiao, why are you pleading for these demons? Fang Ping was a little puzzled. This Jiao was quite selfish. Why was it pleading for other demons now? This was beyond his expectations. The Jiao roared a few more times. It was not pleading for mercy. It was just testing Fang Ping to see if he would agree. If he agreed, that would mean they could still coexist peacefully. Besides, if he could let go of those demons that he was not familiar with, what about this demon that was very familiar with Chef? Fang Ping frowned for a while and said slowly, demons are wild and hard to tame. Humans don't have the extra energy to suppress them. If they don't kill them, they might cause trouble. I've said it before. Not every demon is as intelligent as you, King Jiao, unless they have an intelligent leader who can suppress them. And their leader is highly intelligent and trustworthy. But how is that possible? Up until today, I've only seen a demon like this, King Jiao. Fang Ping took advantage of the situation and said with some regret, It's a pity that King Jiao isn't the leader here, and his strength is slightly weaker. Otherwise, the demons here could really become humans' ally. Once King Jiao rules this place, he will have a foothold. He can lead several rank 9 demons and hundreds of high-ranked demons. Such a force is not small. It would be a pity to kill them, but it's a good choice to fight alongside humans. It's a pity that King Jiao can't command these demons. I can trust King Jiao, but not the other demons. Fang Ping's expression turned cold. He said coldly, In the catacombs, the only demon that I can trust is King Jiao. You and I have known each other for many years. When I was still weak, King Jiao was already familiar with me and helped me many times. I can trust him. As for the other demons, using a saying from humans, those who are not of our race must have different intentions. As soon as he said this, the Jiao's big head suddenly moved. The demons that rule the bounded domain, make themselves king, seek refuge with the land of rebirth and become a forbidden land in the 7 southern regions. At that moment, the Jiao suddenly had a feeling of realization. Yes, I don't have to escape from the 7 southern regions. I can become the king of this place, lead a group of demons, seek refuge with humans, and become allies with them. Just like the relationship between the catacombs humans and the forbidden lands in the 7 southern regions today, mutual non-aggression. This way, wouldn't it not have to run? And it might even take the opportunity to become the leader of the 7 southern regions' demons. The only king. At that moment, the Jiao felt that its wisdom was unparalleled. I can't do it myself, but I can make use of Chef's power to fulfill my dream. A long time ago, it had wanted to become its own king, free from the restrictions of the forbidden lands. But it did not have the ability nor the opportunity. Now the opportunity seemed to have come. Whether it became an ally with humans or the catacombs humans, it did not care at all. Its own interests were the most important. Cooperate with Chef? I will become the true king of the demons. The Jiao looked at Fang Ping with its big eyes. Suddenly, it found it difficult to speak. This was not easy to say. Chef obviously wanted to kill the demons to refine a divine weapon. Now it wanted Chef to let them go, wanted them to form their own force, and wanted him to help it, a venerable demon, become a demon king. This was very troublesome. It had even attacked Chef before. Would Chef agree? The Jiao struggled for a while, but still felt that it could not escape. It opened its mouth and roared. This time, its roar was a little hesitant. Fang Ping was also a little confused. After a while, he smiled and said, "King Jiao, take your time. There's no rush. Take your time. Roar, roar, roar. You mean you can convince some of the demons, but not all of them to cooperate with humans? You want me to kill some of the demons to establish your authority. What? You want to become the king of the demons?" Fang Ping frowned. "That won't do. The human's apex means that other than the human forces in the 7 southern regions, no one will be left alive. This is difficult for me too. After all, my family is not the only one with an apex. The other apex might not agree. Moreover, King Jiao is only rank 8. As Fang Ping spoke, the Jiao became even more anxious. It continued to roar. "You want me to help you achieve rank 9? Fang Ping rubbed his chin and said awkwardly, "I really don't know how demons can achieve rank 9. Just devouring energy stones? Even if energy stones are not worth mentioning to me, I'm not the eldest in the family. There's still the true king patriarch. There's no reason for me to let you consume large amounts of energy stones for no reason." Seeing that the Jiao still wanted to roar, Fang Ping smiled. "King, don't talk about the mineral veins. You also know that when it's in the hands of the true king, it belongs to the true king. I don't want to say this. King, you should understand the principle of the law of the jungle. If you had not been chased by King Huai that day and escaped to the bounded domain, then you should have taken the mineral veins with you. But later, it was my patriarch who took it from King Huai. King, if you say it's yours now, you must not say it. Otherwise, if the true king is displeased, I won't be able to say anything." The Jiao nodded hurriedly. Yes, what Chef said made sense. The true king had taken it. If it said it, it would be very dangerous to anger the true king. But it wanted to achieve rank 9, to become a demon king, to establish itself in the 7 southern regions. What could it do? The Jiao looked at Fang Ping pleadingly. "Chef, please help me." Fang Ping understood what it meant. With a conflicted expression, he gritted his teeth and said, "Fine. I'm friends with the king. I feel sorry for the last time. How can I not help you with this? But there are some things that I can't decide alone. King, you should understand. There are dozens of true kings. I can convince some, but not all. Unless I have a reason." Fang Ping's eyes flickered. He said quickly, "There's a saying among humans where heroes come from. Although the king is a demon and not one of us, once you make a great contribution to humanity, everything will not be a problem. I need a reason, an excuse, to speak up for the king. Next, a great war will break out in the 7 southern regions." At this moment, Fang Ping's true intentions were revealed. With a serious expression, he said, "If the king can lead some demons, do some things, make some contributions, then it's not impossible for the king to become the only demon king in the 7 southern regions. The other demons, I won't give them a chance. Only the king, I can speak up for the king. I still have some face. Plus, the king helped MCMAU defeat Skygate City last time. That's an even greater contribution. Now, with me helping the king, there won't be a problem. Of course, there are pros and cons to this, Your Majesty." Fang Ping said calmly, "In this way, the Great King and the restricted area True King will completely fall out. He will definitely hate the Great King to the core. But this time, I guarantee that if another monarch dares to enter the realm to kill the Great King, I and the human monarch will definitely join the battle. I swear in the name of the human True King that this time, unless the humans are defeated, the Catacombs' True King will not enter the outer domain. This is an iron law. Let's see if His Majesty dares to gamble." Fang Ping regained his composure. He said mildly, "You can think about it, King. I need to think about it too. After all, King might not be able to do this. I think it's best to send King to another domain. I said this last time, and it will work this time as well. I can't keep the Great King in the 7 southern regions. If the great king is willing, I can send the great king to another region. But if we go somewhere else, the king is still living under the demon fence. Perhaps this is really an opportunity. Roar. The Jiao was very impatient. It wiggled its butt for a while. It actually had another choice: go to another domain, or become the demon king of the 7 southern regions. It wanted to make a contribution, but how? Was it really a good idea to completely fall out with the Forbidden Zone true king? The Jiao began to struggle. It had only wanted to survive, but now Chef had given it so many choices. He had even arranged an escape route. It could go to another domain. Chef could do what he promised last time. But was it just to survive? To become the only demon king of the 7 southern regions. This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Previously, it had only said that, subconsciously. It did not expect Chef to arrange it so clearly. Dilemma. After struggling for a while, the Jiao suddenly roared. I agree. Fong Ping was slightly stunned. You're not mute? He had heard a voice in his mind just now. It was a mentality transmission. The Jiao was probably anxious and roared directly, but it was so King immature. Fong Ping was a little dazed. He even wanted to laugh. The Jiao was not still a child, was it? This fellow's voice transmission was a little too immature. How old was the Jiao this year? It should be 100 years old, right? Could it be that 100 years old demon was really a child? The Jiao had only just reacted. Suddenly, its embarrassment turned into anger. It glared at Fong Ping and continued to roar. This time, it did not use voice transmission. It was the King Jiao. If it could not use voice transmission, it would be easy to be laughed at by demons. It could only roar. That was beast language. Chef did not understand it because he was ignorant. Fong Ping did not laugh at it. It was not a mute. He was thinking too much. Hearing the Jiao's words, Fong Ping smiled and said, King Jiao, don't you want to think about it? If you agree, you will have to make a great contribution. You will also have to control the demons. If the demons under your command do not obey you, it will eventually lead to trouble. That will be trouble for the king. This is not simple. To be a demon king, you need strength and prestige. The king may not be able to control the other demons. Roar, roar, roar. You mean to kill the chicken to warn the monkeys? Fong Ping smiled. The king wants me to kill some disobedient demons and leave the rest to you? Roar. The king wants to swallow some demons and advance to rank 9 before commanding the demons? Roar. That's not impossible. Fong Ping paused and said, but there are some things that Fong Ping needs to make clear first. If the king is not willing to do it, then helping the king to advance to rank 9 is also possible. Fong Ping will not make any other requests. But if the king wants to be the demon king and advances to rank 9 and has other thoughts, Fong Ping does not care, but the peak of humanity will. When that happens, the king will be in trouble. The Jiao nodded hurriedly. It understood this point. Then, the Jiao roared a few more times. It was hesitant. If it was too dangerous, it did not want to do it. Fong Ping smiled. Actually, it's simple. In a head-on battle, the king doesn't need to do it. MCMAU alone is enough to destroy the 7 southern regions. I'm just finding an excuse for the king. How about this? Fong Ping seemed to be thinking. After a while, he said, the king will do something else. Lead the demons to attack the cities without rank 9 guards. Seizing the mineral veins is a show of allegiance. Seizing the catacombs' mineral veins is a real fallout. Humans do not need a demon king who has an ambiguous relationship with the catacombs. If the king is willing, then do it. If not, then forget about it. As for seizing the mineral veins, there are still 12 mineral veins in the 7 southern regions now. If the king seizes all of them, then 8 of them will be moved to the boundaries for the demons to cultivate. 4 of them will be given to me. I will take them back to report. If the king agrees, then do it. If not, then forget about it. One more thing. We will be responsible for killing the other party's rank 9. If the king wants to take the biggest share, you will also have to be responsible for their rank 7 and 8 martial artists. Of course, it's not all up to the king. I will also help when the time is right. I have to make all these clear, lest the king says that I did not make myself clear when the time comes. Fang Ping sighed. After what happened last time, the current me does not dare to make any promises. Also, I have to make something clear in advance. In the final distribution of the mineral veins, the king should seize more. The peak of humanity might be dissatisfied and want half. This is also possible. I have made all these clear. Whatever the king chooses, it is up to you. Fang Ping looked sincere, as if he was speaking from the bottom of his heart. I am thinking for you. I have made everything clear to you. If you want to do it, then do it. If you don't, I will kill you and turn you into a divine weapon later. Damn you! Spit out all the things you have eaten from me. Do you really think it is that easy to take my things? As for helping the Jiao advance to rank 9, Fang Ping felt that if he could devour monsters, he could try. He did not have to spend extra money. As a rank 9 Jiao, it could do even better. Moreover, it had just entered rank 9. The Jiao could not do much. The Jiao was silent for a while. Suddenly it roared again. Fang Ping smiled. Are you asking about the 10,000 ants desert and the 100 beasts forest? Fang Ping chuckled. These 2 forbidden lands will be relocated this time too. Even if they don't move, they will have to rely on the King Jiao. Otherwise, we will destroy them at the right time. Of course, in order not to alert the enemy, we will wait for a while. If the King Jiao can be subdued, we can give it a try. If it doesn't work, we can kill them and turn them into divine weapons. I am still having a headache. If the King Jiao takes away a batch of monsters, I will be short of divine weapons. How am I going to explain? This is perfect. They will make up for it. As he spoke, Fang Ping added, "Oh, right, if the King Jiao wants to be the Demon King, you still need a title. In the name of humanity. When the time comes, the humans may confer a title on the King Jiao, such as MCMAU's Guardian Beast or something. Will the King Jiao accept it?" The Jiao nodded nonchalantly. "This is up to you. I don't care. I only care about practical benefits. Becoming the 7 Southern Territories' Demon King and advancing to rank 9 were its dreams. Attacking 12 cities and dealing with the rank 7 and 8 humans did not seem to be too much trouble. Seizing the mineral veins and splitting the profits 50 to 50 made the Jiao uncomfortable. It wanted to keep everything for itself, but it also knew that it was impossible. The humans would not give it everything. Soon, the Jiao made up its mind. It would take a gamble. If it did not, it would have nothing. It would have to leave its home and leave the 7 Southern Territory. It was not willing. If it took a gamble, it might win big. Hence, the Jiao nodded again. It could not wait any longer. Its little brother, Little Goat, was still thinking of being the king of a small territory. It had already started planning with Chef to become the 7 Southern Territories' Demon King. Everyone had different perspectives. Sure enough, the things they considered were different. Roar, 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 the Jiao growled in a low voice. It was in high spirits. Since it had made up its mind, it was ready to do something big. Following Chef should not be a problem. Last time, it was also unlucky to have angered King Huai. Otherwise, it might have advanced to rank 9. Since King Jiao has no objections, then let's work together happily, Fang Ping said, extending his hand and smiling. According to human rules, we have to be polite. Come, let's shake hands. The Jiao was a little confused. Seeing Fang Ping's outstretched hand, it thought for a long time, but it still extended its hoof. Fang Ping held back his laughter. Wasn't this just teasing a dog? When teasing a dog, it was also the same gesture when asking a dog to shake hands. Shaking hands with the Jiao's hoof, Fang Ping said seriously, "King Jiao, I still have to say one last thing." Since you want to be an ally with the humans, if you don't help now, the humans will have complaints later. If it's like last time, where the king does not give his all, no one is a fool. When the time comes, there will definitely be trouble. Fan Ping can help the king once or twice, but not thrice or 4 times before the king becomes a true king. Since you've made your choice, then don't hesitate. Otherwise, Fan Ping can't guarantee what will happen to the king. There are so many demons, and many of them are rank 9. Are there no rank 9 demons who want to ally with the humans? Yes, but why did they choose the king? Because of Fan Ping. Fan Ping and the king are friends. This time, if the king makes things difficult for Fan Ping, then the king will completely lose Fan Ping's friendship and the friendship of several true king powerhouses. The Fan family is also a big family. Fan Ping is also an important person. If he is dragged into this by the king, with all due respect, in order to inherit the Fan family business, I might have to give up my friendship with the king. The Jiao thought for a while, then nodded quickly, its face determined. Don't worry, this time I'll do my best. I'm not fighting a rank 9, just some rank 7 and 8. If the rank 9 doesn't come, the true king won't become a true king. I'm not afraid of those fellows. 9 Heavens, Divine Emperor. Chapter 799. Having reached an agreement with Jiao, Fan Ping breathed a sigh of relief. Unless Jiao changed its mind halfway, it would be a done deal. As for changing its mind, this fellow still had a true king as an enemy. Moreover, Jiao and the rest were not the deciding factor this time. They were only supplementary. If they really could not take down those cities and take over the mineral veins, it did not matter. However, they had to be on their guard. They had to prevent the demons from causing trouble. Magic City's catacombs had 2 other forbidden areas, 100 Beasts Forest and 10,000 Ants Desert. Including the bounded domain, there were 3. In these 3 places, there were probably about 15 rank 9 demons. These demons were in the 7 southern regions. If they joined the war, it would be troublesome. I still have to consider the demons. I have to think about this and be fully prepared. Fan Ping calculated in his heart, subconsciously stroking Jiao's huge head again. Jiao was a little displeased. It wanted to roar, but after some thought it held back. Forget it, it would not roar. But it was still not satisfied. Touching its head was a little disrespectful. Don't touch it so casually. Roar. The Jiao called out in a low voice. Stop touching me. It's very uncomfortable. Fan Ping looked down at Jiao. This fellow was not small, but it seemed to be able to transform. Fan Ping remembered that it could expand in size when it was fighting. Right now it was not that tall, about 2 meters. Now that it was squatting on the ground, Fan Ping could still touch its head. Fan Ping felt helpless. You squatted like a dog. I touched it casually and you were unhappy. I didn't even feel unhappy. Whose dog's head was so hard? It was so irritating. Could this fellow grow some fur? Ignoring it, Fan Ping thought for a while. King Jiao, forget it. If I still call you king now, it will seem like we're not close. I'll call you Little Jiao from now on. It will make us seem like we're on the same side. Little Jiao, you just came to the bounded domain. How many demons can you convince? Also, do you know how many demons there are in the bounded domain? The term Little Jiao displeased Jiao. It realized that Chef's words today did not make it feel very happy. But now it still needed Chef's help. Jiao decided not to argue with Chef. It would hang around with Chef for now. When it reached the true king realm, it could go anywhere in the world. Roar. You said that the demons here are stupid? Roar. 100 high-ranked demons. How many is 100? Perhaps Jiao's mathematics was not up to par. Fan Ping had also noticed this problem. This fellow only knew a bunch. A lot, it couldn't tell the exact number. Fan Ping was speechless. With this level of IQ, you still want to share the spoils with me? At that time, can you count the 12 veins? He thought for a while and said, Conjure something. You've seen these demons before, so you should know what they look like. conjure a rough image. Let me see how many demons there are here. This time, the Jiao understood and quickly began to materialize. Fang Ping looked at them one by one. Very soon, his gaze turned solemn. The bounded domain of Demonic City was not ordinary. There were actually 6 rank 9 demons here. One must know that the domain was indeed very long, but it was also very narrow. 6 rank 9 demons were gathered in a small bounded domain. It was not a small number. There were even more rank 8s. After Jiao materialized for a while, Fang Ping counted 30. There were too many rank 7s. The Jiao could not remember them all. After materializing for a while, it grew impatient. There were about 100 of them, and it was not done. In the end, it decided not to materialize anymore. Anyway, it would be right if there were more than this. After materializing here, the Jiao roared again. Don't worry about rank 7s. Even rank 8s aren't as strong as it. Demons are also particular about the survival of the fittest. If they aren't as strong as it can control them. As for the 6 rank 9 demons, I'm afraid we'll have to kill 1 or 2. After killing 1 or 2, let the Jiao devour them and let it advance to rank 9. It can be on equal footing with those rank 9 demons. With me as its backer, it can negotiate with them. Fang Ping analyzed the Jiao's meaning. The Jiao's thinking was relatively simple. In reality, the demons were that simple. They could ignore the rank 7s. As for the rank 9 demons, kill a few to warn the rest. The remaining rank 9s were not stupid. They would choose to compromise. Fang Ping felt that this plan was a little crude. After thinking for a while, he said, "How about this, King Jiao? Let's pretend that we didn't meet them. The bounded zone is MCMAU's territory. If I ask these demons to surrender, they will definitely not be willing. I'll take the opportunity to kill a few to establish my dominance. When the time comes, you stand up and be the peacemaker. Do you know what a peacemaker is? It's because of you that I don't kill other demons. You and I are old acquaintances, old friends. Now that you've occupied my territory, I want to take it back. If you don't agree, then I'll kill you. You stand up and make peace. Say that as long as you help me with some small matters, I'll give up my territory and continue to let everyone use it. This way, it'll be simple. You don't have to worry about those rank 9 demons not listening to you." The Jiao's eyes widened. How profound! Could it be done like this? I don't even have to do anything? Chef thought too much. No, Chef is so nice. He actually arranged everything. This way, I don't have to use bloodshed to suppress the demons. The Jiao nodded hurriedly. This is reliable. Fang Ping patted its head again. You're so silly. I overestimated you. You're so impressed with this little plan. I'm embarrassed to cheat you. No, I didn't cheat you. Fang Ping sighed in his heart. There are still benefits to following me. Aren't you going to be a rank 9 soon? Without me, you have no hope of becoming a rank 9. When the time comes, maybe I'll really make you the ruler of a territory. You've earned big. Big stupid dog, you've really earned big. Fang Ping was filled with emotion. This was called being wise. Next, it was time for him to show his skills. 6 rank 9 demons. It was a little difficult to fight them all at once. However, there were few minerals in this area. There were not many demon plants, but there were many demon beasts. 6 rank 9 demons, 5 demon beasts, 1 demon plant. And it was a demon plant without any life essence reserves. Such a demon plant was not considered powerful. If I can't fight all 6 at once, then I can only escape. 1 or 2 shouldn't be a problem. I'll exhaust them to death. I still have to declare my sovereignty. Let these demons feel that I have a good reason to attack. I'm the master of the bounded domain. I have 2 of the bounded domain token. No, maybe I can try to see if anyone can enter the bounded domain. I've simulated the aura of many rank 7 martial artists in the Hall of Myriad Origins. Maybe I can form a connection with this place. If that's the case, I can really be the master. This is my territory. Then, of course, I can drive these demons away. Fong Ping muttered to himself for a while. He did not say anything else. Looking at the Jiao, he smiled and said, "Then I'll go take a look. When the time comes, you come at the crucial moment. No, tell me first. Are there any of these 6-rank, 9 demons that you can't handle? Or are there any smarter ones? If they're too smart, it'll affect your control over the demons. Kill these demons, then it won't be a problem." The Jiao nodded hurriedly. Very soon, it materialized 2 demons. One was a fox-like demonic beast, and the other was a wild, wolf-like demonic beast. These 2 demons were not on good terms with it. When it first discovered it and the sheep beast, it wanted to kill them. Fortunately, the other rank, 9 demons, did not care too much and ignored it. They were also unwilling to start a war in the bounded domain, so it was left unsettled. This time, it was going to take revenge. Kill these 2 fellows, devour them, and advance to the rank 9. As for the other rank 9 demons, the Jiao was confident that it could convince them to listen to it. Seeing that it had a goal, Fong Ping smiled and said, "I understand. Then I'll find a chance to kill these 2 demons. When that time comes, little Jiao, you can also lead 4 rank 9 demons, 10s of rank 8 demons, and 100s of rank 7 demons. That way you'll have some power too. You becoming a demon king is also what I want to see. Maybe in the future, we can join forces and attack the demon royal court together and help you become a real demon king. The king of 10,000 demons. There are many demon kings. If you rely on yourself, even if you become a true king, it will be difficult. But we humans have a true king. Everyone benefits. If you become a demon king, will you still attack me? I don't believe that little Jiao is that kind of demon, right?" The Jiao fell into a reverie, then nodded hurriedly. The king of 10,000 demons. It could actually become the king of 10,000 demons, the demon lord. Chef's words made it tempted. At this moment, the Jiao was somewhat satisfied. Fortunately, it did not kill Chef back then. Otherwise, how could it have such an opportunity? At the same time when Fong Ping entered the bounded domain, outside the Magic City catacombs, in the underground hall, Zhang Tao smiled faintly. "Shao Li, do you think Fong Ping can succeed this time?" Old man Li shot him a look. Pretentious, fake or not. A few days ago he did not have a beard. Today he grew a white beard that was 10s of centimeters long. Are you crazy? Now he was addicted to stroking his beard. He would stroke his beard when he had nothing to do. Looking at it made old man Li annoyed. He wanted to ignore him, but after some thought, this guy had been very irritable recently. Old man Li said weakly, "Of course he can. When has he ever failed? Since he started practicing martial arts, there was nothing he couldn't do if he wanted to do it. In the past, he could do it even if he didn't have the strength. Now that he has the strength, and Jiao is not as strong as him, it's easy to convince Jiao with the carrot and the stick. That's true. This guy is quite good at talking." Zhang Tao smiled and continued stroking his beard. After a while, he continued, "I wonder how many demons he can bring out this time? But it's useless. It's better than nothing. Actually, the effect is average." "That might not be true." "Old man," Li retorted. Zhang Tao ignored him and said, "Don't tell me this kid is going to enter the bounded zone again? This time, it might be a little dangerous. I didn't have time to remind him. Warlord should have told him." "What's wrong?" Old man Li was a little anxious and worried. If this kid dared to go anywhere, he might have the guts to barge in. Zhang Tao thought for a while and said slowly, "This bounded zone in the Magic City catacombs is intact. No one has ever entered it. No one has even been to Star Town. Relatively speaking, it's more dangerous. Sometimes restrictions will be triggered and monsters will run amok. The demons here are powerful. It's much more dangerous than other places. Star Town doesn't dare to send people here because they have no other choice. The demons here are very strong. Without 7 or 8 rank 9s, they might not be able to suppress them. That's why Star Town gave up on this bounded zone. And there's so many demons in the Magic City bounded zone. I suspect that this might be the Imperial Beast sect in the past. Zhang Tao pondered for a while and said, according to the few words recorded in the ancient books, as well as the information I've collected over the years and some information obtained from the battlefield, the Imperial Beast sect in the past was probably Kuotsang Cave of the 10 major grotto heavens, which was also Qingde Hidden, Mystic Heaven. The ancient books recorded 10 major grotto heavens, 36 small grotto heavens, and 72 blessed lands. Of course, these are just what the ancient book said. It doesn't necessarily mean that there are so many blessed lands. However, Kuotsang Cave is known as one of the 10 major grotto heavens. It must be more dangerous than the average zone. The Void Mausoleum Grotto Heaven and Schwanda Grotto Heaven were both blessed lands among the 36 small grotto heavens. He did not know that the 10 major grotto heavens were probably more powerful than these small grotto heavens. Also, to put it bluntly, those who work with monsters are the neurotic type. They're a little similar to some scientists in the modern era. It's normal for them to be eccentric. If this kid trespasses on the other party's territory, it might cause some trouble. Kuotsang Cave? Old man Li frowned. Beast taming sect? I remember Fong Ping telling me, before, that during the battle at the King's battleground, something might have happened to the Imperial Beast sect, which led to the Demon Clan's rebellion. Could it be? Could it be that the Imperial Beast sect is in cahoots with the two kings? If that were the case, Fong Ping would be in danger. Minister, why didn't you say so earlier? Zhang Tao was speechless. He doesn't even talk to me. He didn't even ask me when he went to the Magic City catacombs. What should I say? Besides, Warlord knows more than I do. He'll probably tell Fong Ping not to trespass. After that, Zhang Tao continued. Moreover, this kid, the more you tell him not to go, the more he wants to go, and he insists on doing the opposite. There was no need to remind him. He didn't seem to have the token here, so he shouldn't be able to enter. Even if those old fellows were still alive, they probably wouldn't be able to come out. At the very least, it would be very difficult for him to come out right now. If you can't get in, then it's not a big problem. Old man Li was speechless. He can't go in? That was hard to say. Who said he needed a token to enter? When he went to the Void Mausoleum Grotto Heaven, he didn't have anything, but he still went in. When he said that, Zhang Tao was also speechless. After a long while, he said, It shouldn't be a big problem. Besides, I'm near the Magic City catacombs. Even if the other party is still alive, he might not dare to reveal his whereabouts. Old man Li frowned. What's the situation in the bounded zones? Are these old antiques good or bad? How many people are still alive? What kind of strength do they have? Now you're asking me this. Zhang Tao chuckled. I don't really understand. To be honest, I've actually been to quite a number of broken bounded zones. Not just 1 or 2, but I've been to 5 broken bounded zones. However, I didn't find anything. Although there are some remnants of ancient ruins, there aren't many left. I didn't find any signs of life in there either. Of course, I did find some useful things, but most of them were deduced by me. It's useless to tell you now, lest I mislead you. As for how many people are still alive, I think there should be living people in the 8 intact bounded zones. There are at least 8 powerhouses. As for their abilities, they might be at the pinnacle of 2 paths. Of course, this was back then. Now, they might be weaker, or they might be stronger. It's hard to say. Zhang Tao said lightly, These people have been lying low. Maybe they are recuperating. Maybe they have other plans. Don't worry too much. They might not be in the same group. They might be 2 groups. What happened back then? There's no one involved to say anything. They can't say anything either. I don't care about that. Is Fong Ping in danger? Entering the catacombs means danger. No one can avoid this, including us. Old man Li frowned again. He said suddenly, Why don't you send me in to take a look? This guy should have brought me along. His current ability is enough to conceal my aura. As soon as he said that, Zhang Tao's gaze flickered. He can only conceal the abilities of martial artists who are weaker or equivalent to him. Right? That's right. Is it the same when he changes his aura? Probably. How many people's auras can he actually change? I'm not sure. You're not sure? I really don't know. When Zhang Tao heard this, he asked softly, "What kind of price does he have to pay?" Old Man Li hesitated for a moment. Then he said, "Actually, I think you should have some guesses." Zhang Tao nodded slightly. "I have some guesses. This kid doesn't care about resources. He doesn't seem to need resources for his cultivation either. Instead, he relies on his own reserves. But his reserves don't seem to be unlimited. He's replenishing this reserve all the time. How does he replenish it?" "Actually, I have some ideas now. He seems to replenish his reserves through some special means. For example, the stimulation of unfamiliar energy." Zhang Tao murmured, "He's constantly changing his own resources. He doesn't really care about what he has. Instead, he needs new resources and new gains to replenish himself. I'm guessing that perhaps he's absorbed different resources and energies, or should I say, stimulated his revival. Or perhaps he's absorbed some substances that you and I can't discover through some means that we don't know about and converted them." As Zhang Tao said this, he laughed. "This kid is actually very much like a processor. He processes some things that we don't need and converts them into things that he needs. Sometimes I wonder if he's even human. I've heard that when the demon emperor became an emperor, he cut off all the Daos in the world and condensed the seed of rebirth. Of course, this saying might not be reliable. It might just be a smokescreen." Old Manly frowned. "You still suspect that he's the seed of rebirth? Is that necessary?" "No, I don't believe that he's the seed of rebirth." Zhang Tao's eyes flickered. "I don't think the seed of rebirth possesses these abilities. The seed of rebirth might be a dead object. I'm suspecting that he's not the resurrection of a powerhouse, but a powerhouse's seal." "Seal?" Old Man Li frowned. "What seal? You're making it sound a little mysterious. It's beyond the scope of martial arts. It's not mysterious at all." Zhang Tao laughed. "The strongest powerhouses seal themselves. When they're alive, they strip off their own life imprint and seal all their powers and abilities. Then they recover bit by bit. That's called sealing. When powerhouses die, their remaining life imprint is passed on. That's called resurrection. Resurrected martial artists have limited things left behind from their previous lives. Moreover, they might not be able to recover their previous lives' memories in this lifetime. But if it's a seal, maybe it's possible. They cultivate a second life. When they reach their previous life's realm, everything will be restored. This life and their previous life will overlap, including their memories." Zhang Tao muttered, "He's very much like a powerhouse who sealed himself. He's using all the sealed resources. Now he's seizing resources to stimulate those sealed resources to appear. Or rather, what he's obtained is just a catalyst." Old Manly felt a headache coming on. He frowned. "How is that possible? It can't be, right? If that's the case, doesn't that mean that he'll become another person when he reaches a certain realm? This is something I can't tolerate. It's also something he can't accept." "Minister, have you seen such a person before? Resurrection was already mysterious enough. Now, there are people who can seal everything about themselves while they're still alive. They're reborn and cultivate another life. Is this reliable? It's acceptable for the life imprint to be passed on, complete energy and memories to be passed on. Is that true?" Zhang Tao smiled faintly. "It's hard to say. I haven't seen it before, but I've suspected it. I suspect that Heavenly King Subduing is such a person. Of course, there's no evidence. It's not just Heavenly King Subduing. I have a few other suspects. These people could all be powerhouses who sealed themselves. When they were alive, they used great determination to seal themselves so that they could be reborn. What are they after?" Old Man Li was puzzled. Powerhouses like that are at least at the pinnacle. They might not be able to reach the pinnacle. At least, I'm not confident. Zhang Tao said with a smile. What are they after? Maybe they're tired of living. They've lived for too long and want some excitement. Who knows what they're after? I'm just guessing. I don't have any solid evidence. But you should tell this kid Fang Ping to be careful. He won't take anything I say seriously. You have to remind him more often. If it's really self-sealing, there might be a way. It's simple. If he really cultivated to his past life's realm and recovered his memories, you can show him 100 or so short movies. Maybe it'll be washed away. Even if it doesn't, you can mess up those memories. Make him feel like he's watching a movie. Don't be immersed in it. Then it'll be fine. Of course, I'm just expressing my opinion. Old Manly was dumbfounded. Are you kidding me? Is that even possible? However, things were still uncertain now. He was too lazy to say anything more. He would think about it when the time came. Fang Ping's problem was indeed a little serious. Old Manly felt that there was no such thing as a free lunch. Fang Ping was indeed not normal. Whether it was resurrection or sealing, it was best to be careful. No. Wasn't I talking to old Zhang about whether Fang Ping was in danger? How did the topic deviate to this? Old Manly glanced at old Zhang. This old man seemed to be leading him on purpose. What was he trying to do? Was he worried about Fang Ping's identity too? After all, Fang Ping was too freakish. In more than 2 years, he had entered rank 8 7th level and could help others grow rapidly. If such a person was really an enemy, it would be dangerous. At least, everyone in MCMAU currently followed Fang Ping's lead. As Fang Ping became stronger, he was no longer an insignificant figure. Not only was he strong himself, but he had also led many people to become strong. The whole of MCMAU was the same. Even Nan Yunhua, who had achieved the pinnacle, owed Fang Ping a big favor. If there was a problem with Fang Ping, the impact would be very bad. It might even be more troublesome than those old farts in the boundaries. For a while, Old Manly did not speak anymore and fell into deep thought. There were some things that he still had to mention when Fang Ping returned. 9 Heavens, Divine Emperor. Chapter 800. The Magic City catacombs spanned tens of thousands of li from east to west, and more than 2,000 li from north to south. This meant that the bounded domain's length was also more than 2,000 li. Within this area of more than 2,000 miles in depth, the 6th-rank 9 demons had divided Magic City's bounded domain into 6 large pieces. Occupying territory was the nature of demons. Occupying territory in the bounded domain was actually fighting for the energy that seeped out from the inside of the bounded domain. The bigger the territory, the more energy seeped out. Fang Ping quickly found where the gateway to the Magic City bounded domain was. Under normal circumstances, the gateway was where the boundary stone was. Fang Ping walked and stopped. Soon he saw the black boundary stone in a plain area. Qingde Realm. Fang Ping recognized the 3 big words. It was related to the last time he went to Xuanda Grotto Heaven. The boundary stone there showed Xuanda Realm. Qingde Grotto Heaven. One of the 10 major grotto heavens, the 10th grotto heaven. Qingde Hidden Mystic Heaven? Fang Ping was slightly surprised. Since he knew that the bounded domain was related to the blessed grotto heaven, he did a lot of research. In reality, the 10th grotto heaven was not in Magic City, but in Dongwu. However, Fang Ping quickly realized that the 6th southern region was the Dongwu catacombs. It was not surprising that the bounded domain of the Magic City catacombs was Quokang Mountain. Quokang Mountain, one of the 10 major grotto heavens. Fang Ping had been to 2 of the 36 grotto heavens. He did not know the difference between the 10 major grotto heavens and the small grotto heavens. He also knew that the first grotto heaven, Wangwu Mountain, was guarded by Heavenly King. Until now, Fang Ping still did not know which territory the first grotto heaven was in. 1,000 years ago, there was a sect called Cliff Sect in Kwokang Mountain. I wonder if this Cliff Sect is related to Kwokang Mountain. Fang Ping calculated in his heart and looked at the boundary wall in the distance. Previously in Xuanda Grotto Heaven, he imitated the Green Bull sect master's aura and opened the boundary wall. Green Bull Sect. In reality, Xuanda Grotto Heaven was around Tai Bai Mountain. There was also a Green Bull Sect there. Therefore, the Cliff Sect was in Kwokang Mountain. This was indeed Qingda Hidden Mystic Heaven. The probability of the Cliff Sect being Kwokang Mountain's outer sect was not small. I'll give it a try. Fang Ping looked around. It was not that there were no demons nearby. Not far from the main entrance, there was a demon lair. However, the strongest one, there was only a rank 8 demon beast. He did not pay much attention to it. Fang Ping walked straight toward the main entrance behind the stone monument. Very soon, some demons noticed him. Fang Ping was not in a hurry. His mentality spread out rapidly. His mentality fluctuated, and he berated, "I'm going back to the house. Demons retreat." He didn't care if the demonic beast understood him or not, and directly walked towards the main entrance. The monster roared fiercely, but stopped very quickly. Now was not the time for the barrier to open, and the other party could not be bothered with Fang Ping. The aura Fang Ping exuded was comparable to a rank 9. If they were not fighting for energy, the demons would not be so foolish as to attack him at this time. In front of the main entrance, Fang Ping lifted his head to take a look. He could not see anything clearly. The barrier did not erupt with energy, so he could not see anything inside. There's no harm in trying. The Cliff Sect leader is a rank 8 powerhouse. I can imitate him now. If it was the last time, Fang Ping could only imitate a rank 7 martial artist's aura. This time, he could imitate a rank 8 martial artist's aura. He could imitate all the auras he had seen before, as long as their abilities were not higher than his. The aura on Fang Ping's body flashed. Not far away, the porcupine-like monster was a little dumbfounded. How strange! It changed just like that. The demons here had lived in the bounded zone for their entire lives. They might not even have seen humans before. In the eyes of this monster, Fang Ping might be the same kind as it. It was just that he looked a little strange. The porcupine-like monster watched in amazement, but Fang Ping ignored it. The moment the aura on his body changed, Fang Ping's expression changed slightly. The barrier trembled slightly. Extending his palm, Fang Ping touched the barrier lightly. It was not attacked, but it did not pass through either. A very weak reaction. This means that my guess is right. The Cliff Sect is indeed related to Kwokang Mountain. However, it might be that it's been a long time and the heritage has been lost. I can no longer open the barrier. Fang Ping felt a little regretful. It seemed like he could not open the barrier anymore. Unless he obtained the token of this place and imitated the aura when the tides erupted, he might be able to open a weak passageway. The bounded zone's barrier is actually a doorway. The way to distinguish might be through cultivation methods. Fang Ping made a judgment in his heart. This time he was just trying. It was not necessary to enter. However, since he was already here, Fang Ping still felt a little regretful that he could not enter. It was not easy to come in this time. It was quite a pity that he was blocked at the doorway. Fang Ping continued to imitate other people's auras. In the end, it was useless. Other people's auras would often cause the barrier to retaliate. What a pity! At this moment, Fang Ping suddenly touched his chin. He had forgotten about a few people. Iron Head. This guy entered the bounded zone directly last time. Before this, he was still guessing that Iron Head was related to the bounded zone. He actually forgot about Iron Head and the others. Very quickly, the aura on Fang Ping's body changed. This time, it turned into Iron Head's aura. As soon as the transformation was completed, Fang Ping sensed that something was wrong. Boom! There was an explosion. Heaven and earth trembled. A large number of black fissures erupted directly. Fang Ping's expression changed drastically. Damn it! What was going on? This was the first time he encountered a situation where the seal erupted on its own. No, it happened last time too. The last time King Pine's subordinates went to the bounded zone and took out King Pine's avatar, it caused the bounded zone seal to erupt on its own. Damn it, what did Ironhead do? Fang Ping thought of the problem in a flash. Ironhead's fault. Ironhead definitely had a grudge against Quokang Mountain. At the same time, inside Quokang Mountain, in a magnificent sky palace, in a sky palace hall that was similar to Schwanda Grotto Heaven, an illusory figure suddenly cast his gaze toward the boundary wall. Northern. Sect member? A hoarse voice came out slowly. In the empty and silent hall, the voice echoed slowly. Outer sect. Northern sect martial artists had arrived. Thousands of years had passed. Did the Northern sect still have descendants? Northern sect hasn't been destroyed yet? The illusory figure trembled slightly. His voice was hoarse, indescribable joy or sorrow. In the next moment, the outer realm's boundary wall stopped trembling. The illusory figure also fell into silence. After a while, the illusory figure suddenly rushed out of the hall. 2 rays of golden light exploded in his eyes, looking toward the main entrance again. Southern. Sect descendant. Southern sect hasn't been destroyed yet. Southern sect. Southern sect still exists. Back then, who won and who lost? The old voice was full of bitterness and confusion. Outside, who had arrived? Were the Northern and Southern sect descendants here? At the same time, outside the boundary wall, Fang Ping was also dazed. He imitated Ironhead's aura and was almost attacked by the space rift. In a moment of desperation, Fang Ping imitated someone else's aura randomly. He mainly wanted the rift to stop attacking. However, at this moment, not only did the rift disappear, but the boundary wall began to tremble violently. It seemed like the boundary wall was going to break open. What's going on? Fang Ping was puzzled. Right now, he was imitating Yao, Qingjuan's aura. Old Yao is related to Quokang Mountain? Fang Ping was suspicious. He could not help but think of something else. Old Yao and Ironhead might really be enemies. These 2 fellows were the same in the void mausoleum grotto heaven last time. Ironhead went in. Fang Ping imitated Old Yao's aura and was almost killed by the counterattack of the boundary wall. At that time, Ironhead said that the owner of the void mausoleum grotto heaven might have a grudge against Old Yao. This time, it seemed to be proven. Quokang Mountain and Old Yao did not have a grudge against each other. In fact, they seemed to be quite close. However, Ironhead had a grudge against him, and the grudge seemed to be quite deep. Old Yao, Ironhead, Fang Ping frowned slightly. Could these 2 fellows be their biggest enemies in their past lives? Things were getting interesting now. These 2 fellows had a pretty good relationship now. After this resurrection, did they turn hostility into friendship? In the battle of the Imperial Battleground back then, could these 2 fellows be the leaders? What role did Second Wang's play in that battle? Who was on the same side as Second Wang's? A strange thought arose in Fang Ping's mind. Could it be that Second Wang's were just these 2 fellows' servants back then? It could not be. And Old Wang, Fang Ping had discovered another problem now. Among the 3 resurrected people, Ironhead and Old Yao were obviously biased. Some were enemies, some were friends. On the other hand, Old Wang did not seem to have such a distinction. He also imitated Old Wang's aura. There was no reaction. It was extremely normal. He did not know if it was because he had not met his enemies or friends, or if these 3 people were actually not from the same era. Fang Ping was a little sure now. Old Yao and Ironhead should be people from the same era. As for Old Wang, it was a little hard to say. Over at Schwanda Grotto Heaven, both Ironhead and I received some inheritance. Old Wang and Old Yao did not. Even if Iron Head and Schwandegrotto Heaven are not close, they should not be enemies either. However, it's very hard to say for Old Yao and Old Wang. Maybe they are not on the same side as Schwanda Grotto Heaven. Fan Ping already had some clues now. Old Yao and Iron Head must be relatively important people. The bounded zone was 100% related to them. As for what kind of connection, it was hard to say now. However, now it seemed that the bounded zone was at least divided into two big camps. Old Yao and Iron Head were not on the same side. The Battle of the Kings in the Imperial battleground back then might have been an internal conflict between these two big camps. Should I go in? Fan Ping glanced at the boundary wall that was still shaking. After some thought, he restrained his aura and did not expose himself anymore. It seemed like he could go in if he imitated Old Yao's aura. The boundary wall was shaking violently earlier. However, if he went in, it might not be a good thing. There was someone inside. Warlord and the rest had reminded him about this. They might not be on the same side. The master of Schwandegrotto Heaven was still considered friendly to him. However, now it seemed like Schwandegrotto Heaven was not on the same side as Kwokang Mountain. They would not harm him, would they? If he went in, it would be dangerous. When Fan Ping restrained his aura, the boundary wall no longer shook. Inside the boundary wall, on the Heavenly Palace Imperial Road, an illusory figure had already walked out of the basilica. The figure was still illusory, as if it did not exist in this world. On the Imperial Road Bridge, the figure stood still, as if it had been standing there since ancient times, blending into the environment. Under the bridge, the Golden River flowed. In the dead and silent bounded zone, only the sound of the flowing river could be heard, bringing a little bit of life to the bounded zone. After an unknown amount of time, in the Golden River, an incomparably huge head suddenly emerged, exceptionally strange. The owner of the huge head was not human. Its head was very similar to a cat's. There were no scales on its body. Instead, it had a body of fiery red fur, like a burning fire, majestic and imposing. The illusory figure glanced at the fiery red big cat. Its voice was indiscernible whether it was crying or laughing, saying hoarsely, you sensed it, wah, wah. Like a baby learning to speak, the fiery red big cat made a few wah-wah sounds. The illusory figure did not reply, looking at the main entrance again. Someone's coming. It's very strange, able to trigger a reaction from the boundary wall. The old figure said a few words unhurriedly and said again, people who survived back then? Or some old friends? The figure muttered a few words to itself, looked at the big cat again and murmured, a few 100 years ago I wanted to send you out, but you were unwilling. Now the other sects all have successors outside. Only my Qingda realm has no one outside. The outside world has changed. How is it now? Chaos is coming. Where do we go? Thousands of years the world has changed. Should have come out 1,000 years ago. Unquestionable sword attacked the divine continent by force. Delayed for 1,000 years. Why? The old figure muttered to himself for a while. Soon the figure moved, and the next moment it appeared in a golden lake. At this moment, there was also a figure in the golden lake. The figure's eyes were closed as if he was dead. The old voice said, both the North and South sects have sent people. Do you know who the successors of both sects are in the outside world? In the lake, the figure opened its eyes, saying slowly, I don't know, the outside world has long stopped fighting between the North and the South, and there is no distinction between the North and the South. The North and the South have long disappeared in the dust of history. The figure was not illusory. He had a scholarly temperament like a scholar. The illusory figure said indifferently again, do you want to go out? Yes. The old man in the lake looked up at the illusory figure, saying slowly, I have already achieved rank 9. Since Senior is unwilling to come out, then let me out of the boundary and help the humans. Help the humans. Fake God? The old figure laughed lightly, saying lightly, even a true God is powerless, let alone a fake God. The old man did not speak, remaining silent. After a long time, the old figure said indifferently again, "The outside world seems to have lost the war." The old man's expression changed slightly, but he did not speak. The forbidden sea demon clan communicated with the cat. "The Hope City you speak of has been destroyed." The old man frowned, saying quickly, "Senior Cat can communicate with the outside world? If that's the case, Senior, why don't you let Senior Cat help the humans?" "Cat can't leave Quokang Mountain," the old figure said indifferently. "The time isn't right." "The time isn't right?" The old man laughed self-deprecatingly. "The time isn't right again. When is the time? The humans were defeated. McMao, his daughter, his old friends, maybe they were all dead." For a moment, the old man was disheartened. Soon, the old man pulled himself together, saying, "I've been in the Boundary for 3 years. Senior has appeared 3 times. The first 2 times, Senior, you didn't let me leave. This time, I've advanced to rank 9. Since Senior has appeared again, I'm afraid you have a request." "Senior, please speak freely. If I can do it, I will do my best. If I can't do it, then it's useless even if you trap me. Going out now is dangerous. However, someone has entered Quokang Mountain. Maybe this is your chance. You can leave, but what happened here must not be leaked to the outside world," the old figure said. The next moment his tone was cold, including the cultivation method. "If you dare to leak it, you will die." The old man's expression changed slightly. Then he said painfully, "Why?" "Since Senior is willing to teach me the cultivation method, why not tell the humans? Now humans are weak and struggling to survive. I've been stuck at rank 7 for many years, always shackled by my mentality. In just 3 years, I've advanced to rank 9. If the cultivation method is taught, the number of human high-ranked powerhouses will increase greatly, and we won't be at the mercy of others." "Maybe," the old figure said lightly, then said, "But I can't teach the method of achieving virtue. Techniques can't be taught easily. The battle between the North and the South originates from the battle of techniques. I understand not teaching techniques. You may not understand, but if you teach techniques, you will die." The old figure said lightly, paused for a moment, then said slowly, "When we go out this time, there are people from both the North and the South sects. Kill the people from the North sect. Keep the people from the South sect. All humans should be." "I don't kill humans." The old man refused. Humans were weak to begin with. Those who could enter the boundary zone were at least high-ranked martial artists. He would not kill human high-ranked humans. "Then you can't leave the state of achieving virtue." "Then I won't leave." The old figure did not speak, waiting for a while. After a long time, the old figure said calmly, "Then forget it. When you go out this time, help me do a few things." "Please tell me, Senior." "First, go to the great emptiness." The old man said in a low voice, "The great emptiness? Wei Mountain?" Wei Mountain may not still exist. The boundary zone isn't complete everywhere. Wei Mountain is the second grotto heaven. It won't be destroyed. Just go look for it. When I reach Wei Mountain, what should I do, Senior? You don't have to do anything. Just go in. The old man nodded, slightly agreeing to it. Second, tell the true gods outside that Quokang Mountain has no ill intentions, but we don't welcome outsiders. Please don't come anymore. I'll pass the message. Third, help me find the unquestionable sword. Unquestionable sword. The old man was not too sure about this. He frowned and said, "The unquestionable sword that Senior mentioned, is it someone from the same generation as Senior? Then it should be long dead. Even if it's not dead, it shouldn't be in the outside world." "Not necessarily," the old figure said lightly. "The unquestionable sword might not be dead. Make a trip to Purple Cap Mountain. You might find some traces. Then what should I do after finding the unquestionable sword?" "Tell him. I'll wait for him at Kwokang Mountain." "All right." The two of them spoke for a while, and the old figure disappeared. In the lake of eternal destruction, the old man looked in the direction where the old figure disappeared. He did not speak, nor was he in a hurry to leave. Since the owner of this place did not send him out, it meant that now was not the time yet. "Boundary Zone ancient martial artists," the old man murmured. What were these ancient martial artists trying to do? The owner of this place seemed to want to contact some people through him. Was he preparing to leave the mountain? How strong was the owner of this place? The legendary Hopeless Realm? The old man thought to himself. When he entered the Boundary Zone, the Hopeless Realm had not been made public yet. However, the old man knew some things. There were strong and weak rank 9 martial artists. Some were very, very strong, so strong that they did not seem like rank 9 martial artists. Only now did he understand that rank 9 martial artists were divided into true and false gods. It should be related to the hopeless realm that he heard about. The owner of this place might be a hopeless realm powerhouse. The old man did not know if there were such powerhouses in Sino Nation. Perhaps Commander Li was one, perhaps Minister Zhang too. Who knew? However, these ancient martial artists were so strong, yet they were unwilling to help humans. This made the old man feel very regretful. Perhaps this was also a good thing. These seniors were unusually mysterious. The old man did not know what kind of impact they would cause if they left the mountain. Magic City Catacombs has fallen. Is Fengers still alive? The old man suddenly thought of his daughter and the person who came from outside the boundary wall. Who came in? Since Magic City Catacombs had fallen, who would come to the boundary zone? I've already entered rank 9. I can already suppress a catacombs. This time I might be able to counterattack Magic City Catacombs and take it back. I wonder how Fengru is doing. Has she advanced to rank 7? Wu Quishin should be rank 9 soon, right? The old man thought to himself. In a mere 3 years, he had advanced to rank 9. This time, when he went out, he could also conquer a catacombs. If only it was earlier. If he advanced to rank 9 earlier, he would not have to wait for Magic City Catacombs to fall like now. I hope Fengru is fine. As the old man thought of these, his heart was filled with anticipation. This time he would appear from the inside, break the passageway by force, and kill his way out. Skygate City, Lord, that be asterisk starred this time. Maybe he's the one who conquered Hope City. He probably didn't expect that I've already advanced to rank 9. When I get out, I'll kill him. The old man thought of these again, his eyes cold. As for what the owner of this place wanted him to do, he would think about it later. At the same time, Fong Ping scolded loudly. This is MCMAU territory. All of you, leave quickly. Otherwise, don't blame me for being merciless. A mere rank 9 dares to be so presumptuous. At this time, less than 100 meters in front of Fong Ping, a tall wild wolf monster was glaring at him with red eyes. Fong Ping's face was full of disdain, and he snorted coldly. Rank 9 demon? I've seen many true king demons. I know you're intelligent. Let me tell you, the 7 Southern Territory is MCMAU's territory, including this place. Not to mention that you're not a true king. Even if you are, you'll have to die. Enter the Forbidden Sea directly now, and I'll spare your lives. Otherwise, a mere rank 9 can be used to make a divine weapon if you kill him. How? The wild wolf monster was indeed intelligent. At this moment, its eyes were already bloodshot. This was too much. Kill him. The next moment, the wild wolf monster broke through the air, clawing at Fong Ping. Fong Ping's body shone with golden light. The rank 9 Chongdao appeared in the blink of an eye in his hand. With a roar, he slashed with his saber, and a tiny crack appeared in the space. Rumble. The saber light and the wolf's claw collided. Fong Ping cracked the ground and took a few steps back. The wild wolf monster that was pouncing toward him was also sent flying backward, its eyes even redder. That's all. Fong Ping sneered. The next moment, He put away his Changdao, directly smiling. That's good too. I've advanced to rank 8 7th level and haven't fought before. Come and train yourself. As soon as he finished speaking, Fang Ping stepped into the air, charging toward it with his bare fists. The strength of the other party's golden body was comparable to his. This was good too. He could try it out and familiarize himself with the strength of this monster, lest he made mistakes in the later stages and was unable to familiarize himself with the use of energy. Rumble. The booming sounds continued. The rank 7 and 8 monsters on the ground fled one after another. The Wolf King had met its match. Chapter 801. Midair. Fang Ping did not hover too high to avoid being injured by the seal. Fang Ping's golden body radiated, laughing loudly. Too weak. This is rank 9? Come and kill me. Continue. He did not retaliate at all. The imperishable substance circulated in his body, allowing the wolf demon to attack him. Boom! The wolf demon was furious, going all out. Its claws tore through the void, clawing at Fang Ping again and again. The sharp claws left streaks of blood on Fang Ping's golden body, disappearing in the blink of an eye. Boom! The extremely hard wolf tail cut through the air, whipping toward Fang Ping's head. Fang Ping did not dodge, letting the other party draw a streak of blood on his head. Soon the blood disappeared. Fang Ping judged, chuckling. Not weak. The attack is at least 80,000 calories. Very powerful. In terms of vitality force, more than 120,000 calories. Exerting more than 2/3. Not bad, but still a little weak. This is my territory, so what if I let you have a few moves first? A weak rank 9 demon fighting with an Origins human here. You might not be at a disadvantage, but you met me. Fang Ping roared. In my territory, I can recover energy infinitely. The eternal lake in the grotto heaven can directly provide me with all my energy consumption. Achieving virtue belongs to MCMAU, do you understand? Fang Ping's words were said for the demons, watching from the periphery. At high ranks, other than the demons in the King battleground, including the demons in the Forbidden Sea, they were all intelligent. Fang Ping wanted to tell them that this was really his territory. In the next moment, Fang Ping revealed Ironhead's aura, shouting, "Restriction, activate!" As soon as his voice fell, a crack appeared in the space. This scene made the few rank 9 demons rushing over from afar scared out of their wits. He could use the restriction. Retreat. Fang Ping quickly changed his aura again, turning into Old Yao's, laughing. The restriction is controlled by me. I just don't want to kill you. You live in my territory and you dare to attack me. You've got guts. I'll tell you one last thing. Immediately withdraw from achieving virtue. I want to use this place to plant flowers. No demons are allowed here. Fang Ping was arrogant. He allowed the wolf monster to attack him. Under his full defense, although the wolf monster could injure him, it could not seriously injure him. Against Fang Ping, who was using the imperishable substance to protect his body, a damage of around 80,000 calories would be considered good enough to break through his defense. If the wolf monster's ATK could reach 150,000 calories and reach the point where it could shatter space, then Fang Ping would have to take it easy, lest he be beaten to death. The wolf demon was only a weak rank 9. Its golden body was not as strong as Fang Ping's. If this went on, before Fang Ping was beaten to death, it would exhaust itself to death. Wolf demon, are you being stubborn and unwilling to retreat? The wolf demon howled crazily. Which way? Where could he retreat to? Fang Ping made the restriction appear and disappear just like that. It was afraid too. But how could they retreat? Go to the Forbidden Ocean? It had lived here for its entire life. How could it be willing to leave? Moreover, in order to snatch energy, it had fought many battles with the demon race of the Forbidden Sea, killing each other incessantly. If it were to leave the domain now, it would have to wander the underground cavern, which was something it could not accept. At this time, the wolf demon no longer cared about anything else and began to howl mournfully. It called on the other demons to kill Fong Ping together. For no reason, there was suddenly an additional master in their territory. Who could tolerate that? In a faraway place, rank 9 auras rose one after another. Fong Ping, however, did not care about these. Some rank 9s were still far away from him. He was not afraid that these demons could rush over quickly. In the distance, a fox demon was already approaching with flight step. Fong Ping glanced at it and suddenly roared. I gave you face, but you don't want it. I asked you to leave, but you don't want to leave. Then don't blame me for being rude. As soon as he finished speaking, the Changdao in Fong Ping's hand flashed, and the armor on his body appeared. At this time, Fong Ping completely ignored the wolf demon's attack, rushing forward to slash and kill it. Buzz! The Changdao vibrated, and a tiny crack appeared in the void. Fong Ping, who used destructive energy, had a destructive energy as high as 60 yuan. If he could unleash all of it, it would be equivalent to the damage of 300,000 calories of vitality force. Fong Ping could not do this. Currently, he could only control half of his strength, but it had also reached 150,000 calories, the lowest standard to shatter the catacomb space. For ordinary martial artists, even if they had 60 yuan of destructive energy, such an attack would deplete their destructive energy in 2 moves. Normal martial artists were more likely to use their vitality and mental energy to fight. Their vitality force recovered extremely quickly. Where there was energy, they could recover almost in the blink of an eye. This was also an important point of high-ranked powerhouses' combat strength. Of course, in the bounded domain, these high-ranked powerhouses would also be greatly restricted. But there were many things to replenish energy. Energy liquids, life essence, these could all be used. But it could not be used to replenish imperishable substances, unless it was other imperishable substances. Under normal circumstances, using destructive energy in a battle was only used at the final juncture, to put one's life on the line. Fong Ping, however, had no qualms. Divine weapons also had an additional effect on destructive energy. When the saber slashed down, the lethality was extremely high. The wolf demon was extremely fast, retreating quickly. Although it was fast, Fong Ping was faster. The rank 9 combat boots on Fong Ping's feet emitted a golden glow. His figure had not yet shattered, and in the next moment he had already appeared beside the wolf demon. In the distance, the Jiao was dumbstruck. Chef had really become powerful, and extremely powerful at that. 2 rank 9 divine weapons in hand, rank 8 armor on him, plus unlimited imperishable substances, the wolf demon became weaker as it fought. It still had to consider preserving some of its strength, lest other demons took advantage of it. Fong Ping, however, had no such qualms. His equipment was stronger than others. His destructive energy was stronger, and his speed was faster. He was crushing in all aspects. How could the wolf demon be Fong Ping's opponent? In a short while, the wolf demon started howling shrilly. In the sky far away, Fong Ping slashed down with a saber, almost breaking the wolf demon's waist. Golden blood kept dripping onto the ground. High up in the sky, Fong Ping looked at the fox demon beast not far away and sneered, "Attack together! A demon that dares to attack the master and defy the master must be killed." Having said that, seeing that the wolf demon was about to escape, Fong Ping's golden house suddenly appeared, enveloping the wolf demon. Fong Ping did not enter. He even made the golden house transparent. The demons outside could see the wolf demon madly hitting the walls in the house, preparing to escape. The golden house shook incessantly, but it was still impregnable. Fong Ping looked indifferent. A mere weak rank 9 wanted to break his golden house? When he was a rank 7, he could trap a rank 8. Now he could not be treated as a rank 8. Whether it was vitality or mentality, he was not weaker than a weak rank 9. A rank 8-7 refinement was a real weak rank 9 martial artist. Under the same rank, how could these fellows break his golden house? It was built with countless imperishable substances. Fan Ping spent more than 300 million wealth points this time, condensing up to 30,000 yuan of imperishable substances, of which 10,000 yuan was stuffed into the golden house. Against a weak rank 9, Fan Ping was invincible among the same rank. No matter how strong the other party's explosive power was, they could not do anything to him. Fan Ping trapped the wolf demon, allowing it to unleash its power. He was not in a hurry. The more it unleashed now, the weaker it would be later. One slash to kill it. At this moment, Fan Ping's gaze was on the fox demon beast. This was the smart demon beast that Cunning had mentioned. Smart demon beasts were troublesome. He had to kill it. In the distance, the fox demon beast retreated slowly, a little frightened. The Wolf King was not this person's opponent. Not only was it not, but it was completely defenseless. In addition, the other party had just activated the restriction, which made the fox demon beast even more fearful. Fan Ping looked at it and said coldly, "Fall to the ground, kneel." They could either submit, retreat, or die. "I'm giving you a chance, don't waste it." Fan Ping's voice was extremely loud, spreading across half of the bounded domain. He shouted, "Master has returned. What are your choices? If you don't want to die, either retreat or surrender." As he spoke, Fan Ping continued to transform into Iron Head's Qi dynamic, continuing to activate the space rift. The entire bounded domain was shaking. In the next moment, Fan Ping transformed into Old Yao's Qi dynamic again, causing the boundary wall to tremble and the restriction to retreat. Seeing how easily Fan Ping activated the restriction and made it retreat, Cunning was dumbfounded. Could this really be Chef's territory? It thought Chef had said that on purpose, but now it was starting to believe that this was Chef's territory. When did Chef really get his hands on the land of the domain? At the side, the sheep beast was also dumbfounded. It nudged Cunning with its horns and called out a few times. Wasn't that the human who harmed them before? How could he be so strong? What should it do now? Should it help the Wolf King? Cunning's hooves slapped down. "Idiot, what's there to help? Watch the show. Watch Chef show off his power. Later, we'll take advantage of him and become the Demon King of the bounded domain." Cunning retreated slowly without a word. At this moment, more and more demons were rushing over. Later, maybe we have to cooperate with Chef. Inside the grotto heaven, the illusory figure appeared on the Imperial Road again, his aura fluctuating. Who's here? One moment the restriction was activated, the next it dissipated. What exactly happened? He could control everything inside the entire restriction, but he could not control the outside, unless he opened the boundary wall and left the grotto heaven. However, the seals on the outside world were constantly being activated and retreating, which left him at a loss. The restriction of the virtue realm was activated so easily. Who is it? The illusory figure looked at the big cat, frowning slightly. The cat's huge eyes also showed a hint of doubt. Even it could not easily move the restriction of the grotto heaven. Why was it so easily triggered and so easily quelled? The illusory figure did not speak again. Instead, he looked at the river. The golden water in the river began to churn. Restrictions consumed energy. The outer restrictions were actually related to the inner area. They did not exist alone. If this continued, it would cause a large number of spatial cracks. It was not a small matter. Those were the destruction caused by a huge amount of energy splitting open the space. It could not be caused for no reason. If this continued, the energy would be depleted, and the restriction would dissipate. Bastard! The illusory figure suddenly cursed. He was suddenly a little angry at the people outside. Whether they were from the southern sect or the northern sect, he was angry at them all. Creating spatial cracks repeatedly consumed a large amount of energy. It was enough to seriously injure a true god, but such a huge amount of energy was wasted just like that. If not for the fact that the bounded domain had stored a large amount of energy all these years, the boundary wall would have collapsed by now. The illusory figure was a little confused. Logically speaking, when the restriction encountered people from the northern sect, it should continue to chase them until they were destroyed. That way, it would not be attracted so frequently. But now, could it be that there were many strong people from the northern sect outside? After killing one, another came? Just as the illusory figure was thinking, the outside world trembled again. This time, it could not be tolerated. Damn bastard! A low curse came from the bounded domain that had been silent for thousands of years. Who was it that wanted to torment him? Did they have to force him to go out and kill him? Damn it! The old voice instantly dissipated. The big cat at the side looked curiously at the illusory figure. Did you curse? The illusory figure ignored it. The next moment, he suddenly appeared outside the lake of Eternal. Go out now. Go see who is disturbing the virtue realm. The old voice was a little angry. In the lake, the old man also noticed the abnormality. The imperishable substance in the lake of Eternal was constantly being consumed. If this continued, it would be exhausted sooner or later. The old man did not say anything and nodded slightly. The next moment, a huge force attacked. The old man flew into the air and headed straight for the door. Rumble! A sound spread throughout the bounded domain. Then the bounded domain trembled, and a small hole slowly opened in the boundary wall. At the same time, an incomparably powerful pressure rose and spread to the outside world. It was just like when Tai Tu and the others had entered. At the same time, Fang Ping suddenly shouted, "Elder Ancestor, these demons are stubborn. They should be killed. Don't be angry, Elder Ancestor. I'll kill them immediately." Although he said that, Fang Ping's heart was perturbed. What was going on? The existence inside seemed to be very angry. The pressure was filled with anger. It wasn't targeted at me, right? Yes, it was targeted at these demons. Fang Ping quickly thought of the reason. It should have nothing to do with him. It must be that these demons refused to surrender to humans. Perhaps the existence inside knew about it and was angry now. Fang Ping was pleased with himself. He looked around. At this moment, many other demons had arrived. Around him, hundreds of demons had gathered. Fang Ping was actually prepared to run away, but at this time, Fang Ping did not plan to run anymore. The pressure erupted. These demons were trembling with fear, crouching on the ground. It looked like they were scared out of their wits. Good outburst. This is a God-given opportunity. Fang Ping sighed in his heart. A powerhouse was a powerhouse indeed. This timing was also good. Look, outburst now. My identity as the master has been confirmed, right? You demons, I've given you chances again and again on account of how difficult it is for you to cultivate, but you didn't cherish it. Now that the elder ancestor is angry, don't blame me for being merciless. As Fang Ping said that, he raised the golden house high above his head. At this moment, inside the golden house, there was no longer only the wolf demon, including the fox. Fang Ping had caught up to it, and it was trapped inside as well. 2 rank 9 monsters were attacking the golden house crazily, causing it to tremble continuously. 2 rank 9 monsters were not weak. Fang Ping had also realized his limit. This was all he could do. If he trapped another rank 9 monster inside, his golden house would be destroyed. Even now in the golden house, the imperishable substance was being worn down greatly. Fang Ping was constantly replenishing it. Fight, continue to fight. If you can't replenish your consumption here, you'll be scared later. Fang Ping had already thought it through. Later, when the 2 monsters had exhausted themselves, he would release them and kill the 2 rank 9 monsters in front of the other demons to establish his dominance. He would seize the opportunity to push Jiao to the top. Demons were all like this. They were amenable to force but not soft tactics. If he did not kill the chicken to warn the monkey, he might not be able to control them. As for whether he should enter the inner circle, he would think about it later. Boom! At this moment, behind Fong Ping, where the boundary wall was, a loud rumble was heard. Fong Ping's gaze moved, turning his head to look. A human figure? Could it be that someone was coming out? The person inside could come out? Could it be the owner of the pressure? If he occupied this territory and pretended to be his successor, would he be beaten to death? Fong Ping was a little frightened. Should he just run away now? The boundary wall was wriggling slowly. Fong Ping could already see something. It seemed not too strong. There was really someone inside, and it was actually not a desperate situation. In Fong Ping's opinion, coming out of a desperate situation would not be so embarrassing. He was actually still squeezing the boundary wall. How embarrassing! Why don't I kill them first? Don't tell me they're coming out to find trouble with me? Fong Ping felt that the demons in this place might be domesticated by the other party. Now that he was stirring up trouble here, would the other party settle the score with him? This is the first time I've seen a living person in the boundary zone. I didn't see anything at all last time. Should I capture them and bring them back? Fong Ping looked at the human figure that was squeezing out again. Then he looked at the 2 rank 9 monsters that he had trapped, as well as the other 4 rank 9 demons that had already rushed over. If these fellows really joined forces, he would not be a match for them. No matter how he replenished them, if the other party joined forces and blew him up in one move, there was no way he could survive. Strike first and gain the upper hand. Fong Ping made up his mind. In the next moment, suddenly his mentality erupted. The entire golden house shook rapidly. Inside the golden house, there were constantly shadows attacking and killing the 2 monsters. As for Fong Ping, he was also calm and collected. He concealed his aura and began moving toward the boundary wall. He was prepared to wait for the other party to come out and strike first and gain the upper hand. A weak rank 9 that seemed to have just reached rank 9. Capture him first. Trapped in the golden house. Bring him back. A living person in the boundary zone was not even at the peak yet. Fong Ping had never seen one before. Perhaps no one had seen one before. Perhaps he could force them to reveal some secrets of the boundary zone. Warlord wanted to conquer a boundary zone and make it his backyard. Needless to say, Magic City's boundary zone was indeed very suitable. Fong Ping felt that it was suitable too. There were no people from Star City here. No one would fight for it, and there would be no conflict with Star City. Coincidentally, it was still within Magic City's borders, which was the most suitable for MCMAU. Just as Fong Ping moved toward the boundary wall, the old man who was thrown out was also squeezing out through the boundary wall. As he squeezed, the old man felt that something was not right. Very soon, when his head squeezed out, the old man looked ahead. In his line of sight, there were many demons. Why are all these demons here? The old man was a little speechless. Now, could he still go out? While he was still thinking, the next moment his hair stood on end. Danger! Boom! An explosive sound rang out. Fong Ping's saber smashed into the back of his head. The people in the boundary zone are so stupid. Fong Ping was also very surprised. After this guy squeezed out of the boundary wall, he actually only looked at the monsters in front of him and did not even look at him. Although he was floating above this person's head, he still had some sense of danger. Strike first and gain the upper hand. Fong Ping felt that whether he was a friend or a foe, he should take down the other party first. If he was a friend, then it was all a misunderstanding. This matter could be explained. If he was an enemy, then he would bring him back and interrogate him. In the catacombs, if one met a martial artist, unless they were extremely familiar, otherwise they would be treated as an enemy in the wilderness. This was also taught in martial arts universities. In the wilderness, if one met a human, it would also be dangerous. A rank 9 could not be killed with one slash. Fong Ping did not plan to kill him either. The saber slashed down, and the other party's head boomed. Fong Ping put away his Chongdao, raised his fist, grabbed the other party's neck with one hand, and hammered a series of rumbles. He loved this kind of people who were stuck in the boundary wall the most. It was not too satisfying to beat them up. Fang Ping had encountered this a few times. Previously, Yang Qing, later on Hua Yu, and the others had all been stuck in the boundary wall. This process was also their most powerless period. Boom, boom, boom. Fang Ping punched again and again, until the other party's head continued to explode, unable to fight back. As he hammered, Fang Ping dragged the person out, yelling, "You've got guts! You actually snuck into my territory from 6 southern regions. You're lucky that the elder ancestor didn't kill you. But you're unlucky to have met me." The old man, who was grabbed by the back of his neck and beaten until he was dizzy, was momentarily confused. A human hitting me? Why? Fang Ping did not care about him, continuing to bombard him. After bombarding for a while, the other party was silent. Without another word, Fang Ping isolated a small space in the gold house and threw the other party inside directly. Only then did Fang Ping let out a sigh of relief. Fortunately, the other party did not seem to be vigilant. It was easy to hit him, and the other party was dizzy from the bombardment. A weak rank 9. Is this the standard of the people in the boundary zone? If that's the case, the boundary zone is not dangerous. However, the pressure is still here. I'm afraid there are still powerhouses. I'd better leave as soon as possible. Fang Ping felt that he had gained a lot. He was a little happy. This time he had caught a living person. If he brought him back, everyone would probably be shocked. Old John probably didn't expect that I would catch a living ancient martial artist. Finish this quickly. Settle these demons quickly and leave as soon as possible. If the powerhouses inside come out, I'll be in trouble. At the thought of this, Fang Ping did not hesitate. He went straight into the gold house and quickly began to fight in close combat with the 2 monsters that had already gone mad. At the same time, in the boundary zone, on the Imperial Road, the illusory figure stared at the old man for a while. Suddenly he said, "Cat, do you think he was dragged out directly by someone?" Just now, the old man's head had just gone out. In the next moment, his body suddenly went out. He looked powerless, as if he had been dragged out alive. The illusory figure suddenly had a bad feeling. Was he captured just like that? It couldn't be, right? He was a fake god after all. However, it was hard to say. He was stuck in the boundary wall. At this time it was quite dangerous. However, he had unleashed his pressure. The people outside should not dare to move at this time, right? At this time, the illusory figure wanted to open the boundary wall to take a look. However, once the boundary wall was opened, it might lead to some accidents. The small hole in the boundary wall had already begun to recover. The illusory figure's mentality scanned for a while. It seemed that he had seen a golden house. Beside him, the giant cat looked conflicted. That guy just now seemed to have been captured by someone. This was the successor that you had groomed? That was too unreliable. Also, didn't that guy say that fake gods were rare in the outside world? That rank 9 was a high grandmaster, and there were not many of them in the human world. Even if he was stuck in the boundary wall, the average golden body realm would not be able to break through his defense. He had been captured just like that. Was that the southern sect's successor just now? The illusory figure spoke in his sleep again. He was not attacked by the boundary wall. The probability of him being from the southern sect was slightly higher. What was going on? Who exactly had come in this time? He had not even placed his chess piece. Could he have been killed already? Chapter 802. In the House of Gold. Fang Ping was fighting with 2 monsters. In another isolated small room, it was pitch black. At this moment, LV Zhen had also sobered up quite a bit. The neo-martial artists didn't have any methods of confinement. As for crippling one's martial arts, that didn't exist either. Once a golden body was achieved, unless his mentality was destroyed, it would be very difficult for him to pass out when he reached rank 9. He had been beaten senseless just now. Now that he had woken up, LV Zhen's heart trembled. He opened his eyes and saw nothing but darkness. Who attacked me? Where am I? LV Zhen wanted to move, but he found that the place he was in seemed to be a coffin. The space was frighteningly small. After squeezing for a while, LV Zhen's heart suddenly stirred. This did not seem to be real space. Materialized space? I was caught and brought into the materialized space. Who did it? Why did you attack me? LV Zhen felt that he had been wronged. He had just come out of the domain and did not notice the other party's existence. In the blink of an eye, he was grabbed by the neck and beaten violently until he was stunned. The key was that LV Zhen felt very safe. A top-notch expert had escorted him out, right at his doorstep. How could he be ambushed? Let me out. Brother, are you a human warrior? I'm also a human martial artist from China. I'm not a bad person. On the other side, Fang Ping's saber had shattered the wolf monster's golden bones. His heart trembled when he heard that. This Liu? Holy shit! Which Liu? Fortunately, one day, someone told him that a certain person's father may have gotten lost in the domain. No way, right? I'm from Sino Nation. This is Magic City's catacombs. Brother, I'm sure you're from Sino Nation too? I'm also quite famous in China. Do you know Lu Jin? Fang Ping did not utter a word. He slashed at the wolf demon and fox monsters in a frenzy. The next moment, Fang Ping's voice was sharp. Grandmaster Liu? Don't worry, Grandmaster. I'm here to save you. How dare you? How dare you attack Grandmaster Liu? Fang Ping's voice was piercing. He had made a big mistake. I beat my own Grandmaster into a dog. Damn, why did Elvesian appear here? No, his appearance here seemed to be very normal. Most importantly, Fang Ping thought he was dead. He really thought that Elvesian was dead. How did he get in? That beating just now was a little troublesome. He was deceiving his master and destroying his ancestors. Although the modern world no longer followed the old ways, Lu Fengru was his instructor, so she was his master. Lu Fengru's father had been beaten up miserably by him and thrown into the House of Gold, like a dead dog. If he knew his identity, Fang Ping dared not think further. He roared, Is Grandmaster Lu the father of MCMAU's instructor Lu Fengru? Lu Zhen heaved a sigh of relief when he heard someone reply, and he hurriedly said, That's right, brother is. Fang Ping is MCMAU's vice-chancellor. I've heard a lot about you. The thief is very powerful. Grandmaster Liu, please wait for a moment. After I deal with the thief, I will come to rescue you. Fang Ping shouted, but he was cursing in his heart. What should I do? How anxious! He beat Lu Zhen until he had a concussion and locked him up. This was not easy to deal with. No, it's not like I hit him. Fang Ping suddenly thought of this and immediately roared. How dare you! Evil cultists, don't even think of running away today. How dare you attack Grandmaster Liu? You must die. The two monsters in front of him were stunned. What are we? Also, we didn't attack that person just now. The wolf monster and fox monster were very confused, and there was a sense of grievance in their confusion. We have been attacked by you, and we were almost killed. What are you doing? Fang Ping did not care about them. He roared again, Dai. I must kill you today. Grandmaster Liu is me. How dare you attack him? Vice-Chancellor Fang. On the other side, Lu Jin was also very surprised when he heard the roar. MCMAU's vice-chancellor? He did not know him. It had only been a few years, and MCMAU had changed a lot. He was isolated and could not sense anything. He might have felt the movement of powerhouses fighting. Even he was subdued in an instant. Vice-Chancellor Fang was fighting with the enemy. Did that not mean that he was at least a rank 9? A rank 9 vice-chancellor had come to MCMAU? Was he sent by the government? Vice-Chancellor Fang, I will shatter the space now to lend you a hand. No need. They're just clowns. When I kill them, the materialized space will self-destruct. Fong Ping roared again. After he was done, the golden light on his body exploded to the extreme. The wolf monster's pupils shrank. It had long been exhausted. At this moment, seeing this madman suddenly erupt with an extremely powerful attack, it did not know that it was dead meat this time. The wolf monster howled. Now that things had come to this, the only option for the demons was to self-destruct. The wolf monster was about to self-destruct when Fong Ping's expression suddenly changed. He tilted his head and looked toward the roof. The wolf monster saw that he suddenly stopped and was stunned for a moment. It also looked toward the roof, subconsciously. So stupid. Fong Ping was speechless. King believed it? I looked at the roof and you looked too? You must be crazy. The Changdao slashed down instantly, and the wolf monster's huge head was cut off. The wolf monster was not dead even though its head was cut off. At this moment, it was furious. It screamed loudly and prepared to self-destruct again. On the side, the fox monster saw that the wolf monster was probably going to die. It was also extremely desperate and was about to self-destruct. In the next second, the fox monster was stunned. It actually came out. Fong Ping threw it out in an instant. As soon as it came out, the fox monster was not willing to self-destruct anymore. Without a second word, it fled frantically. Fong Ping roared, "Evil cultists, where do you think you're going? Grandmaster Lu, please wait for a moment. Let Fong Ping kill them." In the small dark room, LV Zhen was extremely surprised. A top-notch powerhouse. He had already felt that there seemed to be a strong aura annihilated. Demon? The one who escaped was an evil cultist? It felt a little like a demon too. However, he was now sealed in the materialized space, so he could not feel it too clearly. He was isolated. This MCMAU Vice-Chancellor was indeed powerful. In a 1-on-2 situation, he actually killed a rank 9 and chased another rank 9. However, whose materialized space did he belong to? LV Zhen frowned slightly, remembering the aura of the materialized space. He did not seem to have seen such a materialized space before. Moreover, it felt very solid. He might not be able to break it. Why are there so many unfamiliar rank 9 martial artists in Sino Nation? Why did the evil cultists come to the bounded zone? MCMAU Vice-Chancellor is here, which means that MCMAU still exists and has not been destroyed. Fingers should be fine, right? In the small dark room, LV Zhen did not know whether he should attack the materialized space or not. He was a rank 9 powerhouse after all. It should be easier to attack from the inside and outside, right? However, there was an unfamiliar rank 9 fighting. If he attacked the space now and went out, it might cause some trouble. After all, they were not familiar with each other. After thinking about it, this person should be able to settle the battle. LV Zhen felt that it was better to be patient. On the other side, Fong Ping threw the fox monster out and quickly killed the wolf monster that was already at the end of its flight. After killing the wolf monster, Fong Ping went straight out of the space. He did not take back the golden house. Instead, he quickly sealed the entire golden house. LV Zhen would stay inside for a while first. As soon as Fong Ping came out of the space, he shouted quickly, "Everyone, kill the enemy! Kill this monster that dares to defy its master. Otherwise, once the elder ancestor comes out, all of you will die." As Fong Ping spoke, he did not care about those demons who were still in fear and quickly chased after the fox monster. While chasing, Fong Ping opened a sound channel for the small dark room, yelling loudly, "Release Grandmaster Lu now, or I'll tear you into pieces today. How dare you? How dare you escape? Kill!" Fong Ping shouted with all his might, his voice extremely sharp. The fox monster that was fleeing in front of him was about to collapse at this moment. What did he mean? Who did he want him to release? He did not capture anyone. Did this guy recognize the wrong demon? If he was not captured by me, why did you have to chase after me? The fox monster shrieked sharply. Fong Ping was straightforward, once again sealing the small dark room. I have to kill the demon to silence it. Then he would throw the blame to these guys. Lu Jin did not do it himself. It was these guys who did it. Despicable. These demons had actually joined hands with the evil sect members and attacked Lu Jin, who had just come out of the boundary zone. That was not giving Fong Ping face. This time, no matter what, he had to kill this monster. Fong Ping was furious. The rank, 9 combat boots on his feet emitted light, an imperishable substance wantonly erupted. The fox monster was already exhausted. Without external energy to replenish itself, how could it be faster than Fong Ping? Not long after, Fong Ping caught up with the fox monster. Kill! Fong Ping roared again. The Changdao emitted a golden glow, slashing the monster until it kept screaming. Behind, the other demon beasts followed cautiously, each of them trembling with fear. What was going on today? Who was this person? Who was that person who came out of the inner circle? Wasn't that person beaten up by the one who came first? This scary person who came first, and now he wanted the demons to hand over Grandmaster Lu. Who was Grandmaster Lu? The demons felt that their brains were not enough to process this. Among the demons, the Jiao, the only one with a bit of clear-headedness, was also at a loss. Chef seemed to have hit the wrong person. He was shifting the blame, was he? It had done this before and had some experience. Most importantly, it usually shifted the blame without others knowing. Chef seemed to be starting to make the demons take the blame in front of this guy who was hit by the wrong person. Was this really appropriate? Forget it, who cares? It had nothing to do with me anyway. The Jiao shook its big head, too lazy to care. It had nothing to do with me. As for what Chef wanted to do, that was Chef's business. But who exactly did this guy hit? The Jiao was a little confused. Chef had a true king patriarch. Did he need to be afraid of others? So what if he hit someone? So what? Damn it, let Grandmaster Lu go. Fong Ping, let people go when possible. Don't force me to self-destruct my materialized space and let Lu Zhen die with me. Don't you dare. Why wouldn't I dare? He's in my materialized space. He can't run away. Do you want to die with him? Outside the House of Gold, Fong Ping beat up the fox demon beast until it ran away frantically. He changed his voice and talked to himself for a while. After that, Fong Ping quickly closed the little dark room. Lu Zhen, on the other hand, was shocked again. This person called Fong Ping was very powerful. This powerhouse who caught him almost did not give him a chance to react and had already beaten him senseless. Needless to say, it was really difficult for him to break into the other party's materialized space. But now, this MCMAU vice-chancellor actually beat the other party to the point of self-destructing to threaten him. It was really terrifying. I haven't gone out for a few years. Looks like there's a new powerhouse in the outside world. Is he from the Sex or Star City? Lu Jin knew about Star City. When he was young, he had also interacted with Li Mo in Star City. However, he knew very little about it, not much. Although Lu Zhen's strength was average, he was a veteran grandmaster and had a wide circle of friends. He knew 99% of the grandmaster powerhouses in Sino Nation. He was really not familiar with this Grandmaster Fong Ping. Listening to the voice, he could not tell anything from the martial artist's voice, but he felt quite young. Could it be an old antique living in seclusion or a new generation powerhouse? Lu Jin could only wait for the results at this time. Fong Ping asked him to be patient, but in this materialized space, communication was not convenient. He also did not know if he should go all out at this time, and for a moment he was in a bit of a dilemma. Outside, Fong Ping had already beaten the fox demon beast to the brink of collapse. However, seeing that the fox demon beast's chi activity was getting stronger and stronger, Fong Ping also felt a little helpless. Was it going to self-destruct? Right now, he still did not have the strength to kill a rank 9 demon beast in one blow. Killing the wolf demon earlier was also because the other party had consumed too much energy and was fooled by him stupidly. Now that the fox demon beast wanted to self-destruct, he really did not have a good idea. What a pity. I'm afraid I'll be missing a rank 9 divine weapon. Fang Ping also felt helpless, but at this time he might not be able to keep the other party's brain and heart nucleus. Forget it. Then I'll kill the other party first and settle the trouble first. Fang Ping unleashed his full strength again. Very soon, the fox demon beast could not take it anymore. It roared angrily, and an extremely violent explosion sounded. Behind them, the 4 rank 9 demons were terrified. What should they do? They also thought of surrounding and killing this person together. But as soon as they got close, the space cracks nearby appeared. Now that 2 demon kings were killed, what should they do? Just when these demons were at a loss, Zhao, who was behind, suddenly roared. Roar! At this moment, Fang Ping's body was covered in blood, and he could not recover quickly. He turned his head to take a look, and seemed to have just noticed Zhao. With a look of surprise, he said, Brother Zhao! Zhao roared, leaped into the air, and quickly roared. Why are you here? Fang Ping was extremely surprised and said in surprise, You want to plead for them? Roar! That won't do. These demons are rebels. They borrowed our territory, but they don't listen to MCMEU's orders. We must kill them all. Roar! Brother Zhao, although you and I are very close, this won't do. As he spoke, Zhao's big eyes suddenly welled up, and he looked like he was about to cry. Fang Ping cursed in his heart. F***CK, what's wrong with you? You actually know how to put on a sad play. I'm convinced. Zhao roared mournfully, and kept turning back to look at the demons, obviously pleading for them. The demons wanted to continue living here. They could not stay outside anymore. 100 Beasts Forest and 10,000 Ants Desert had already formed a fixed force, and they would not be allowed to fight for territory. The Forbidden Sea was extremely dangerous, and it was also extremely dangerous for the original demons of the bounded domain. They had lived here their whole lives, and they could only continue to stay here. Fang Ping frowned, listening to Zhao's roar, and frowned. This is very troublesome, Brother Zhao. The demons are unruly and unruly. If I don't kill them today, I'm afraid they will bear a grudge against me for killing 2 rank 9 demons. If that's the case, why don't we cut the weeds and eliminate the roots? Roar! You mean they won't do that? Fang Ping's face was full of disbelief. He looked around and said coldly, That might not be the case. Brother Zhao, of course, I trust your promise. But these demons can't. They're not close to me. Why should I let them go? Roar! Your promise? Fang Ping said helplessly, Brother Zhao, you're only a rank 8, not a demon king. Even a demon king can only represent himself. Can you represent them? If Brother Zhao says that you want to stay here, then no problem. I will give you this little bit of face. But they really can't. Zhao continued to roar. Fang Ping said impatiently, Brother Zhao, stop talking. You can't represent these demons. Forget it. It's fate that we met here. Coincidentally, you just killed this wolf demon. And I see that Brother Zhao is just a step away from leveling up. Then I'll lend you a hand today. Suddenly, a wolf demon's corpse appeared in Fang Ping's hand, and Fang Ping removed its heart core and brain core and threw the corpse to Zhao. Zhao did not hesitate, swallowing it in one gulp, and began to absorb and digest it. Fang Ping said with a smile, Brother Zhao, you absorb it first. I'll talk to these demons. As he said that, Fang Ping threw another lump of imperishable substance to Zhao. Zhao might not be able to level up if he did not keep the fox demon's corpse. But Fang Ping gave almost 1,000 yuan of imperishable substance, which should not be any worse than a rank 9 demon's corpse, maybe even better. If Zhao's origin path was fine, it could probably level up. Ignoring Zhao, Fang Ping looked at the demons and said quickly, Resistance is useless. Don't think that you have 4 rank 9 demons here. It's just that I don't want to kill you or else. Fang Ping laughed coldly, and in the void, the black rift suddenly appeared again. The hundreds of demons on the opposite side all had eyes full of fear. This was what they were afraid of. This human could control the restriction easily. This was also the main reason why they did not dare to come forward and help. Soon, a striped tiger, its mentality fluctuating, transmitted its voice to Fang Ping. There was still a language barrier between mentality and voice transmission, but Fang Ping could generally understand what it meant. "Sir, are you the owner of this place?" Fang Ping laughed coldly. "You don't believe me? If I'm not, do you think I can control everything here?" Just now, when the old ancestor released his aura, he was already angry. "I don't want to start a massacre. But I won't be merciful either. Everyone leave quickly or else. Don't even think about living today." As he said that, Fang Ping made another rift. Inside the bounded domain, the illusory figure's body trembled. He wanted to rush out and kill the bastards outside. Again, if you have the guts, do it again, do it again. Today, even if the restriction doesn't exist, I will kill these bastards. And that idiot Lu Zhen, if he went out, would he be killed just like that? There wasn't even a splash of water. The illusory figure was a little annoyed. Was the outside world so dangerous now? Although the fake god realm was nothing to him, even in the past he was not a nobody, right? The restriction fluctuated repeatedly. Without a rank 9, it was hard to make the restriction fluctuate. How many had he killed? At this moment, Fang Ping still did not know the situation. He also did not know that if he continued, the other party would really kill them. At this moment, Fang Ping intimidated the demons for a while. After thinking for a while, he said, "I and Zhao, which is also the golden-horned beast king that you all speak of, are friends. Since it pleaded for you, I can spare your lives, but I can't let you live. Although it's nothing for you to survive here, MCMAU needs to unify the 7 southern territories this time. I can't let you demons cause trouble here." These demons might not be able to understand what he was saying, but they knew one thing in general. This person and the golden-horned beast knew each other, and they had a good relationship. For a moment, all the demons looked at Jiao, who was still digesting the wolf demon's corpse. As for Jiao devouring the wolf demon's corpse, the demons did not care. The wolf king was already dead. A dead demon king was worthless. When they encountered such an opportunity, they would also choose to devour. The key was that they did not care about this. Instead, they were thinking whether the golden-horned beast could convince the person in front of them to let them continue to survive in the bounded domain. If they left now, where could they go? Go outside the domain of the domain? But they were not familiar with the outside world, and there were other demons. The demons had a strong sense of territory. If they went somewhere else, a war might break out. Going to the Forbidden Sea was even more dangerous. They waited for Jiao, but Fang Ping was a little anxious. LV Zhen was still locked up. At this moment, Fang Ping could feel the situation in the Golden House. LV Zhen was already a little impatient. He was condensing his strength, preparing to fight his way out. This old man is actually still alive, and he broke through to rank 9. Although a weak rank, 9 is nothing, his speed is really fast. I remember instructor said before that he was only peak rank 7. It's only been a few years and he's already rank 9? What opportunity did he obtain in the bounded domain? The people in the bounded domain didn't kill him, but gave him benefits. The key is, how did he get in? Fang Ping was a little puzzled. He was not surprised that he came in. If LV Zhen passed through the Forbidden Sea tributary when the energy tide erupted, he might be able to come over safely. Back then, Qin Fengqing and the rest came in this way. If LV Zhen was lucky, he might encounter it. The key was, how did he enter the boundary wall? Could it be that LV Zhen is related to Quechang Mountain? Fang Ping was a little suspicious. LV Zhen probably did not have a token. Without a token, he went in directly. Could it be that he was a resurrected martial artist? Or was it a resurrected martial artist from Quechang Mountain? Or perhaps the people inside simply let him in on purpose. This was not impossible. After thinking for a while, Fong Ping stopped thinking. He would know when he asked later. The key now was that he had hit him. He should not know that he was the one who hit him, right? When I hit him, I restrained my aura. But if I speak, he should be able to hear my voice, right? This is troublesome. Fong Ping sighed. If this was a simple offense, it would not be a big deal. He almost blew someone up. He was too embarrassed. Forget it, forget it. I'll hide it first. If I'm really discovered, we'll talk about it. At most, I'll just get beaten up by him. Fong Ping shook his head. Wasn't it just a beating? I don't care. At most, I'll get beaten up by you. The key is, you're only a weak rank 9. If I defend myself, you might not be able to break my defense. That's not right. His son-in-law is Old Wu. I've beaten up Old Wu's father-in-law. In order to remarry, Old Wu won't do anything to me, right? Fong Ping's imagination ran wild. At this time behind him, the Jiao's aura fluctuated violently. The peak rank 8 Jiao had swallowed a rank 9 monster's golden body and swallowed a large amount of imperishable substance. Rank 9 soon. This was the first time Fong Ping saw a demon rank up. The first time he met the Jiao, and it seemed like the Jiao was also rank up. This fellow was rank up fast. In less than 3 years, the demons had just entered rank 8 to rank 9. They were really considered geniuses among the demons. The Jiao was a genius. As he watched the Jiao rank up, Fong Ping sent a voice transmission into the small dark room. He said quickly, "Grandmaster Liu, please wait for a moment. I've already killed my opponent. However, his materialized space is a little special. It didn't disappear after his death. I want to take it and study it completely. I'll try not to destroy it. Grandmaster Liu, can you give me some time?" These words reached Lu Zhen's ears. Lu Zhen also realized that this was indeed a good thing. He said hurriedly, "All right, Vice-Chancellor Fong is very powerful. You killed the enemy so quickly and even saved my life. Thank you very much, Vice-Chancellor Fong." "Grandmaster Liu, don't be so polite. We have a very deep relationship. If I knew that you were here, I would have come to your rescue earlier." Fong Ping said a few polite words. He was being extremely humble. After the pleasantries, he continued to seal the small dark room with a whoosh. LV Zhen would stay here first. He did not have time to deal with him for now. It would not be too late to let him out after he was done with the demons, lest he cause trouble. Chapter 803. In the bounded domain, Jiao's body glowed with golden light. Around them, a group of demons looked at Jiao. Some rank 7 and 8 demons, despite their fear of Fong Ping, could not help but look envious. Rank 9. In the outland, this was a demon king. Jiao's scoundrel friend, the sheep beast, was also full of envy. The golden horned beast was about to advance. In its eyes, the golden horned beast had advanced to venerable level not long ago. In the blink of an eye, it was about to become a demon king. In the long years of the demon race, a few years really passed in the blink of an eye. Roar! Jiao roared in pain. Its advancement was different from Guo Xingquan and the other two. When Guo Xingquan and the other two advanced, they condensed a path out of thin air. That was also a sign that they had stepped onto the origin path. Not sure if Jiao had not stepped onto the origin path, or if the demon's advancement was different. Right now, Jiao seemed to be changing its skin. Its shiny golden armor was falling off, then growing back quickly. The outer armor that fell off did not fall to the ground. Instead, it shattered instantly and melted back into Jiao's body. Jiao's body, which was originally not tall, expanded rapidly. From 2 meters tall to 5 meters, 10 meters in the blink of an eye, Jiao's height reached about 15 meters. Its torso grew even longer, close to 30 meters in length. Fong Ping was a little curious. How did it manage to expand its bones? There were many things about a martial artist that could be traced. Your bones were golden and had already solidified. If your torso expanded, then your bones had to expand too. As for flesh and blood, that was easy. It could be bred. Fong Ping watched for a while and more or less understood. Jiao's enlargement was not necessarily voluntary. Its strength was too strong, forcing its bones to expand. If it could shrink back to its original size, then it meant that it had mastered rank 9 strength and could use its strength as it pleased. For rank 9, a larger body did not mean that it was stronger. Unless it was voluntary, a larger body meant that it could not control its strength and could not control the changes in its body. Roar! Jiao, which had become a huge monster, roared even more painfully but also more majestic. Rank 9 was king. It had been planting trees outside Skygate City for decades, all for the sake of becoming a demon king, all for the sake of not being controlled by 100 Beasts Forest. It was a beast that pursued freedom. It did not want anyone to control it from above. Even if the Jiao's forest did not have enough energy and was not as good as the 100 Beasts Forest, it still chose to settle down in the 100 Beasts Forest. Now, it had finally stepped into the king realm. He would become the most powerful existence in the outer realms. Roar! A loud roar echoed throughout the entire domain. The Jiao wagged its tail, lashing at the void. The Jiao looked very similar to a dog, but it had a leopard pattern on its golden horn. It was called the Golden Horn Beast because its golden horn was extremely powerful. Jiao, this is an auspicious beast. This guy doesn't look like an auspicious beast at all. Looking at the arrogant Jiao, Fong Ping muttered to himself. The name Sly came from humans. That was because this fellow looked very similar to the cunning beast recorded in the classic of mountains and seas. It could be the kind of divine beast described by humans during the ancient martial era. However, according to the classic of mountains and seas, the Jiao was an auspicious beast. This guy didn't seem like it, but there are still some differences. According to the records, the Jiao's cry is like a dog's bark. This guy doesn't bark like a dog's, as Fong Ping was thinking. The Jiao suddenly let out a cry. Its golden horn was transforming, and it seemed to be in some pain. This cry, Fong Ping was a little dumbfounded. This cry really sounded like a dog's. This guy could have been pretending to howl all this time. The Jiao, whose golden horn was transforming, let out a cry and hurriedly shut its mouth, replacing it with a majestic roar. As for what happened just now, it was a subconscious action because it was in too much pain. This was not its cry. After howling for a while, the Jiao suddenly turned its head to look at Fong Ping. Its huge head looked even taller than Fong Ping. It stared at Fong Ping with its big eyes and howled in pain for a while. Fong Ping's expression did not change. He did not say a word, pretending that he did not understand. This guy was shameless to the extreme. It actually wanted him to give it some imperishable substance. It did not have enough. Bullsh *T. Fong Ping cursed in his heart. Are you kidding me? You're telling me that 1,000 yuan of imperishable substance is not enough? Do you think I'll believe you? Nan Yunyue had advanced to the peak. She had lost so much, and Fong Ping had only given her 10,000 yuan of imperishable substance. Even so, Nan Yunyue was almost stuffed. The Jiao had only advanced to a weak rank 9. It was not an origin path yet. Why would it need so much? At this moment, the Jiao panicked. It stopped howling, and suddenly its mentality fluctuated. Chef, not enough. I want to eat it. The Jiao's voice rang in Fong Ping's mind. The guy's big eyes kept staring at Fong Ping, then turned to the surrounding demons. It was obviously telling Fong Ping that they were brothers, that they were on the same side. You said you were my friend. If you don't give it to me now, will you be able to face your friend? Fong Ping looked at it with a half smile. This big dog was stupid when it needed to be stupid, but it was also smart when it needed to be smart. Was it going to eat him up? After cursing in his heart, Fong Ping was too lazy to talk nonsense. He tossed over a lump of imperishable substance, about 500 yuan. To Fong Ping, a few million worth of wealth stores was not considered much. The Jiao swallowed it in one gulp. Its big eyes were full of anticipation, as if it wanted more. Fong Ping's expression turned serious. He glared at it threateningly. If you want more, I'll kill you and get a rank 9 divine weapon. The Jiao seemed to feel threatened. It quickly turned its head away, no longer looking at Fong Ping. The golden horn was still evolving. Fong Ping also noticed that the guy had fused a large amount of imperishable substance into the golden horn. It seemed like the golden horn was mainly being tempered. After a while, a powerful aura exploded from the Jiao's body. At this moment, the golden horn no longer glowed. The originally golden Jiao was no longer glowing. Instead, it was much dimmer. When the golden glow on its body dissipated, the hundreds of rank 7 and 8 demons around it fell to the ground. Roar! Squeak, squeak, whoa! All sorts of cries rang out. They were congratulating the Jiao for becoming a demon king. The Jiao roared and responded loudly. Then it looked at the other 4 rank 9 demons, its big eyes filled with pride. I have become a demon king. Now, everyone is on equal footing. You all still have to face the threat of Chef. And I am Chef's master. At least I used to be. Back then, Chef was just an existence that provided energy for the Jiao. Now he was just doing his job. No matter what, these demon kings were frightened by Chef. They did not dare to make a sound. But I did not. The Jiao felt a little proud. This was the difference between them. These 4 demons might be slightly stronger than it, but their status was far from its. The Jiao was still feeling smug. Fong Ping smiled. Brother Jiao, congratulations on your breakthrough. Now that you have become a rank 9, you can find a place and call yourself a king. As for the bounded domain, Brother Jiao, don't get involved. The Jiao roared. At this time it remembered business. I want to be a real demon king, the king of a territory. The Jiao began to communicate with Fong Ping. Its voice was loud, hoping that Chef could give these demons a place to live. Otherwise, they would have nowhere to go. Fong Ping listened for a while and shook his head. No, I said, the demons are not restrained. It is very troublesome. For the sake of Brother Sly, I've already given in. Otherwise, according to my character, I would have killed all of these demons and ended the matter. Roar! You will restrain them. Fong Ping was a little troubled. You can restrain them? After all, Brother Jiao has just leveled up. Moreover, Brother Jiao has been outside all this time. It has not been long since you came in. Will they listen to you? Fong Ping glanced at the 4 rank 9 demons around him suspiciously. 3 demonic beasts and 1 demonic plant. Fong Ping had actually seen this demon plant before. It was a bloodthirsty tree demon. Back in the Tianen realm, Fong Ping had seen a rank 7 bloodthirsty tree demon and brought back its corpse. This kind of demon plant was relatively useless, at least to Fong Ping. It did not bear fruit. Demon plants that did not bear fruit were relatively useless in Fong Ping's eyes, because after killing it, unless the demon core was left behind to forge a divine weapon, it was almost useless. Not to mention that this was the bounded domain. There might not even be life essence. Otherwise, if it was something like the big sunflower, the first thing Fong Ping would kill might be the demon plant. Fong Ping glanced at the rank 9 demons. These rank 9 demons were all intelligent. At this moment, they were struggling and conflicted. They seemed to have understood a little. If they wanted to continue staying in the bounded domain, then they had to listen to the golden-horned beast. The golden-horned beast was related to the human in front of them. It could convince him. If he did not listen, then they could only leave. The explosion of those space rifts terrified these demons. In addition, 2 rank 9 demons were killed. It made the demons understand that this human was not easy to deal with. If they did not leave, then they would die. Roar! Jiao roared a little anxiously. At this time, were they still not going to surrender? Worship me as king. Then everything would be solved. Some rank 7 and 8 demons had already begun to move. Many demons also began to hiss in a low voice. They did not want to leave. After a long time, a demon that looked like a yak, its mentality fluctuated. What do you need us to do? Fong Ping said lightly, What do I need you to do? What can you do? I only need you to leave. Of course, now that things have come to this, with Brother Jiao mixed in, it's also very difficult for me. You demons are all straightforward. I won't beat around the bush. In my human world, there's a phrase called proof of allegiance. If you want to stay, you can, but you need to prove your worth and prove that you will not cause harm to humans. Also, I believe Brother Jiao, but I don't trust you. If you want to stay, then listen to Brother Jiao. This is also my basic requirement for you to stay. In short, I don't want to interfere too much with the demon's affairs. If you want to stay, then listen to me. If you don't want to stay, you can leave now. But if you stay and are not willing to listen, then don't blame me for being merciless. I will kill you and make you into divine weapons. As Fong Ping said that, Jiao roared again. Very quickly, the yak's mentality fluctuated again. You want us to listen to the golden-horned beast? It is not a demon from the bounded domain. Fong Ping said impatiently, I don't care. My time is limited. I have to go and busy myself with other things. What do you guys decide? Don't force me to attack you. The 9th rank beasts were struggling. Listening to the Jiao and submitting to the Jiao was something they found hard to accept. If Jiao was a veteran rank 9 Demon King, it would not be a problem. However, a 9th grade Demon King that had just advanced was above them. The demons looked at each other. Their eyes flashed red, but it quickly disappeared. Rank 9 demons were not weak. If they could kill the human in front of them, they would definitely do it. But when they thought of the fact that this person could control the restriction and that there was a powerful existence inside, finally, the demons screamed at Jiao and landed on the ground. They did not fly anymore. This was a compromise. They still wanted to stay here and continue to cultivate. The bounded domain was a relatively safe area. Here, although the demons could not cultivate as they pleased, at least no powerhouses dared to trespass, including the True King realm. Even the 10,000 demon royal court could not control them. The demon race from the forbidden lands of Imperial Sea Mountain wanted to control them, but they were not afraid at all. They directly killed their way out of the domain and fought their way to Imperial Sea Mountain. After a massacre, they returned to the domain. Those fellows did not dare to come here. Roar! Jiao stomped its hooves, looking excited. That was it. All the things that it had been dreaming of had come true today. Becoming a demon king, establishing its own forbidden land, it had done it today. In the next moment, Jiao's voice rang in Fong Ping's mind. Chef, I've become a real demon king. Fong Ping glanced at it. I didn't mind earlier. What did you *king call me? Chef, do you think I won't kill you and make you into a divine weapon? Fong Ping looked at the giant Jiao and was suddenly tempted. I want to ride you, can I? He had never ridden a demon in his life. Ji Yao was still riding the phoenix, but the phoenix was only a rank 7. Although it had condensed golden bones, it would probably take a while for it to reach rank 8. Jiao was a rank 9. Fong Ping had never seen anyone ride a rank 9 demon before. Humans had captured demons and used them as mounts, but most of them were rank 7. At most, they were rank 8. In the end, they were killed. Demons were too difficult to tame. Little Jiao, I think there's something on your back. Fong Ping suddenly transmitted his voice. The Jiao's eyes widened. What was that? It looked sideways but did not see anything. Fong Ping smiled. Maybe it's because I just advanced. I'll go up and take a look. Don't leave any side effects. You're going to become a true king. Don't delay it. As soon as he finished speaking, Fong Ping leaped into the air and landed on the Jiao's back in the blink of an eye. The Jiao did not think too much about it. It was just a little surprised. Was there something? I've become a rank 9. Did I not realize it? It continued to turn its head to look at its back, wanting to know if there were really any sequelae left behind. Fong Ping ignored it. At this moment, Fong Ping was standing on the Jiao's back, his hands behind his back, his face full of regret. What a pity! No one took a picture of him. He was standing on the back of a rank 9 demon, and it was still looking around foolishly, not realizing that he was treating it like a mount. He did not even need to use his martial arts. This was life. Fong Ping stood on the Jiao's back, looking down at the demons. The rank 9 demons did not make a sound when they saw this. The relationship between the golden-horned beast and this human was not ordinary. Was the golden-horned beast prepared to become his mount? The demon race had demons as mounts. Many of the demons who guarded the royal court were like this. This was also a point that the demons were criticized for. The demons who guarded the royal court were seen as traitors. But now, in the next moment, the demons suddenly thought of a big demon. There was a big demon in the inner circle. Very, very strong. The other party did not seem to come out, or could not come out. But every time the tide of life erupted, they could often see the other party. The other party even had some contact with the demons in the Forbidden Sea through the inner river. That big demon seemed to be a human's mount. Did the golden-horned beast want to walk the path of that big demon? While the demons were thinking about this, the Jiao was still foolishly looking for flaws. It sent a telepathic message to Fong Ping. "Chef, is there a problem?" Fong Ping listened to this voice and felt a little uncomfortable. He sent a telepathic message. "Don't send me telepathic messages. Continue roaring." This fellow's voice was like a baby fish. Hearing it, it felt like bullying a child. It was at least 100 years old. Was it fun pretending to be a child? Fong Ping could not be bothered with it. He sat down on its back. It was uncomfortable. If it's a mount, it should be made into a good saddle. Fong Ping glanced at the Jiao's big nose. Maybe it should be pierced and fitted with a bridle. As Fong Ping thought about this, the Jiao suddenly became restless. It felt like something was wrong. Chef was riding it. It was not for humans to ride. The Demon King also wanted its face. If Chef did not come down, it would go crazy. Fong Ping saw that it was restless, but did not care. He casually threw some imperishable substance on its back and smiled. That's about it. It shouldn't be a big problem. After saying that, Fong Ping floated down from its back. The Jiao continued to turn its head to look at its back. It glanced at Fong Ping suspiciously. Was Chef really helping it solve its future problems? Why do I feel like he's lying to me? Fong Ping ignored it. He looked at the surrounding demons and said slowly, "Since you have an agreement with Brother Jiao, then I won't bother with you anymore. As for what to do, it's up to you. But there are some things you still have to do. One more thing. You're not allowed to attack humans." Of course, I'm talking about initiating attacks. If there are humans who infringe on your interests, you can deal with them as you see fit. You're not low-level demons with no intelligence. I think everyone understands what I'm saying. After saying that, Fong Ping tilted his head to look at the Jiao. He said telepathically, "Get ready. Once the war breaks out, you'll move out. This is also the time for you to establish your authority and prove yourself. Whether you can sit firmly on the Demon King's throne depends on you. I can help you once, but I can't help you forever." The Jiao nodded its head and roared a few times. Fong Ping understood and nodded. "Then you can deal with it as you see fit. As for your internal problems, you can deal with them as well." After saying that, Fong Ping said, "You can leave first. I still have other things to do." As he said that, Fong Ping looked around and said coldly, "Don't create trouble for me." There are some things that Brother Jiao knows. The 7 Southern region will soon become MCMAU's territory. From now on, the places you live will be MCMAU's territory. If the Catacombs' true king doesn't enter, I can't do anything to you. But this is my elder ancestor's territory. He's inside. Anyone who crosses the line will be killed without mercy. All right, all of you can leave. Hundreds of demons were silent. No one said anything. Very soon, these demons left together under the Jiao's roar. As for how they discussed and arranged, Fang Ping did not care. He could not have too much contact with the demons. If he had too much contact, it would be easy for problems to arise. He just had to maintain a cold and aloof state. After settling the matter with the demons, Fang Ping thought of LV Zhen. After a while, on a large platform, Fang Ping released LV Zhen. When LV Zhen saw Fang Ping, he was slightly stunned. So young. Vice-Chancellor Fang. LV Zhen did not know if Fang Ping was really young, or if he deliberately maintained his youthful appearance. It was not convenient for him to ask in detail. Fang Ping was not in a hurry to speak. He glanced at LV Zhen. He did not look like a martial artist. He looked more like a scholar. He had LV Zhen's photo. When he first went to the catacombs, Lu Fengru gave him a pocket watch. There was LV Zhen's photo in it. When he first went to the catacombs, Lu Fengru had hoped that Fang Ping would meet LV Zhen. In the end, after a few years, there was no news of LV Zhen. Even Lu Fengru thought that her father had died. She did not expect that he would meet him this time. A pocket watch appeared in Fang Ping's hand. When LV Zhen saw the pocket watch, he was stunned for a moment. Then he said hurriedly, "Vice-Chancellor Fang, Fengru gave this to you?" "That's right." Fang Ping chuckled. "Grandmaster, LV, I dare not. Vice-Chancellor Fang can just call me LV Zhen." Vice-Chancellor is very powerful. Before LV Zhen could finish the pleasantries, Fang Ping coughed dryly and laughed. "Others can call me that, but not Fang Ping. Grandmaster LV has a very deep relationship with Fang Ping. Your daughter, Instructor Lu Fengru, is actually my instructor. In fact, I can even call you Grandmaster." LV Zhen was stunned. "Grandmaster? His daughter's student? You must be kidding me. His daughter had a rank 9 student? Where did he come from? I've only been out for 3 years, not 30, but soon." LV Zhen's gaze changed. He said hurriedly, "Vice-Chancellor Fang, this? What year is this?" He did not know the time in the mountains. Although he felt that he had only been here for 3 years, who knew if 1 year in the boundary zone was 10 years in the outside world? There were all kinds of strange things in martial arts. It was not impossible. Could it be that a few decades had really passed? 2010 December. LV Zhen continued to be stunned. "I did not remember wrongly. It has indeed only been 3 years. What is this situation?" LV Zhen paused and said with some difficulty, "Fang, Vice-Chancellor Fang, how old are you this year?" "I dare not. Grandmaster LV, you can just call me Fang Ping. I'm 20 years old this year, but I'll be 21 soon." LV Zhen's head was buzzing. He felt that he had really been beaten silly. 20 years old? Rank 9? And a rank 9 who could kill a rank 9. What happened in the outside world when I was not here? I achieved rank 9 and thought that I could already suppress the turmoil and awe in the catacombs. But when I came out, I encountered a series of unbelievable things. Not only was he beaten half to death, but he was also saved by his daughter's student. His daughter's student was only 20 years old? 20 years old. Rank 9. The more LV Zhen thought about it, the more confused he became. Am I still not awake yet? Fang Ping looked at LV Zhen's dazed expression and sighed in his heart. He had been beaten silly. A 20-year-old rank 8. You can't even accept this? You're a rank 9 martial artist, after all. Can't you have some self-control? Chapter 804. Fang Ping, are you really Fengru's student? On the big platform, LV Zhen was still in a trance. This was indeed his grand disciple. In the end, he came out of the bounded zone confidently. He could even imagine his daughter's shocked expression when she saw him coming out alive and becoming a rank 9. But now he seemed to be a little unconfident. His grand disciple was already a rank 9. What about his daughter? Thinking of this, LV Zhen asked hurriedly, "Is Fengru all right? I heard that Hope City has been breached." Fong Ping frowned slightly and asked quickly, Grandmaster LV, how do you know that Hope City has been breached? The senior inside said. Fong Ping's eyes moved and asked hurriedly, You've seen living people inside? Yes. LV Zhen said quickly. There's a senior from the ancient martial era inside, and a monster called Kitten. Kitten can communicate with some of the demons in the Forbidden Sea through the energy river below the bounded zone and know some things about the outside world. The demons in the Forbidden Sea can communicate? Fong Ping's eyes moved slightly. Rearing demons. The demons in the Forbidden Sea were very difficult to communicate with. In other words, they almost ignored outsiders. Unlike other demons, they would at least pay attention to you. However, the demons in the Forbidden Sea would not even bother to pay attention to you. Now, a monster inside Quokang Mountain could actually communicate with the demons in the Forbidden Sea. At this moment, Fong Ping thought of Warlord's words. When the bounded zone was revived, there might not be any living subordinates, but it was very likely that a group of demons would appear. Previously, Fong Ping was still thinking that the demons in the bounded zone were not considered strong. Quokang Mountain was considered an exception, with many rank 9 demons. As for the other bounded zone, there were actually only some rank 7 and 8 demons. If the bounded zone only reared these demons, then it was considered nothing. It did not even have the strength of a forbidden land. Now, however, Fong Ping suddenly felt something. The demons reared by the bounded zone might not be those in the bounded zone, but those in the Forbidden Sea. A long time ago, Fong Ping had discovered that the Forbidden Sea tributaries near the bounded zone had a terrifying number of demons. Rank 9 were like cabbages. Back then, when Rose City Lord casually crossed the river, there were a lot of rank 9s below. Now that he thought about it, perhaps it was the bounded zone's credit, or they actively manipulated it. The demon race of the Forbidden Sea had the power of a domain. Fong Ping thought to himself. Very quickly, he said, Instructor is fine. It was an accident that Hope City was breached earlier. More than 10 rank 9s from the Magic City catacombs attacked Hope City. We were forced to abandon Hope City. But last time we killed 6 rank 9s. This time, my coming to the bounded domain is also related to the upcoming counterattack. Before Fong Ping had finished speaking, LV Zhen was already completely stunned. Am I really behind the times? Was there a double-digit number of rank 9s fighting now? It had only been 3 years. 3 years ago, when a rank 7 powerhouse made a move, it was already considered a high-ranked battle. It was a serious matter that would cause a series of chain reactions. Now more than a dozen rank 9s were attacking. 6 were killed. Lu Zhen wanted to continue asking, but Fong Ping was not in the mood to talk about this. He said hurriedly, Grandmaster Lu. Lu Zhen felt a little uncomfortable when he heard that. He coughed lightly and said that, You can just call me Old Lu or Old Man Lu. Between warriors, there is no need to pay attention to such things. Fong Ping was also a rank 9. Hearing him call him Grandmaster, LV Zhen still felt a little awkward. Fong Ping also had a headache. He smiled quickly and said, Then let's be more intimate. Call me Grandmaster. I'm not used to it. LV Zhen smiled bitterly. I'm really not used to it. Seeing that Fong Ping could not call him old man, LV Zhen thought for a while and said, Call me Dean then. I used to be the deputy dean in the Combat Techniques Research Institute. LV Zhen was a scholar-type martial artist. He used to mainly study cultivation methods related to mentality. Fong Ping still had some understanding of LV Zhen. This was a social-type martial artist. The establishment of the 3 major companies, pills, weapons, and energy, were all related to him. LV Zhen was a veteran rank 7 powerhouse, and he had been promoting these. The mentality detector that Lu Fengru gave Fong Ping previously was also related to LV Zhen. It was a project that he had participated in before. LV Zhen had shares in the pill and weapons companies. Although it was very small, he was almost the only person in Sino Nation who owned shares in these companies. This included the research on pills and prescriptions. LV Zhen was very proficient in them. Initially, he came to the land of boundaries with the purpose of looking for mentality cultivation methods. Fan Ping saw that he said so and did not hesitate. He smiled and said, "Then call me Dean." "Dean, may I ask, how did you enter the inner area?" "It was by chance that I came to the land of boundaries that day. It just so happened that on that day the energy tide erupted here, and I just happened to rush here." As Elvisian said that, he smiled bitterly and said, "Actually, I didn't go in. That day, Senior Azure Cat happened to be wandering around. I saw it through the boundary wall, and it also saw me. I don't know if it was out of curiosity or for other reasons." Senior Azure Cat opened a small opening in the boundary wall and gestured for me to go in. At that time, I was in a dilemma. Many demons were absorbing energy nearby. Plus, I was really curious about the land of boundaries, so in the end I went in. In that case, the boundary wall was not opened by you. No, the humans and demons inside can open the boundary wall. Fong Ping was not surprised by this, but he was a little puzzled. "Then why didn't they come out?" "According to what you said, Senior Azure Cat did not come out, but opened a small opening for you to go in?" "That's right. What's the strength of Senior Azure Cat?" Elvisian shook his head. "I'm not too sure, but it's very strong. It might be the legendary Desperate Realm. Desperate Realm demons." Fong Ping was a little surprised. Then his eyes moved. Desperate Realm demons. Humans can actually cultivate Desperate Realm demons. This is extremely rare, unless it's the legendary beast-taming sect. In that case, Kuokang Mountain might be the beast-taming sect. Fong Ping suddenly thought of what happened in the Imperial battlefield. When the war started, the powerhouse's mounts were in chaos and fled in large numbers. Fong Ping went to a historical site. A senior left a message, saying that he could go to the beast-taming sect to see the situation and ask how to deal with it. The beast-taming sect might have a solution to summon those chaotic demons back. Kuokang Mountain, could it be the beast-taming sect that the senior mentioned? Fong Ping had a guess in his heart. He was still thinking about it. LV Zhan was also a little impatient, asking hurriedly, "Fong Ping, what's the situation in the outside world now? Why did you come to the land of boundaries this time?" Fong Ping suppressed the doubts in his heart, smiling. "The situation in the outside world is not bad. The war has not broken out yet, and human strength is increasing day by day. We have already conquered a few catacombs." Fong Ping briefly explained the situation, but LV Zhan was dumbstruck again. MCMAU had dozens of grandmasters. There were even many rank 9. Rank 7s were almost everywhere on the streets. Desperate Realm was not a legend. Commander Li, Minister Zhang, and Minister Nan were all Desperate Realm, and the Guardians of the East and North were also in the Impasse Realm. There were more than 10 other Desperate Realm powerhouses in Sino Nation. Before this, LV Zhen felt that the seniors in Kuokang Mountain were very scary, including that monster. He was even worried that these people would come out and cause trouble in Sino Nation. Now, however, LV Zhen knew that he knew too little. He actually knew Zhang Tao and the others, but it was also the first time he knew that these people were Desperate Realm powerhouses. Seeing LV Zhen's dazed expression again, Fong Ping felt very tired. "I still have a lot of questions. This Grandmaster is very unreliable. Don't be dazed so easily." Fong Ping took a look at the boundary wall, thinking for a while, saying, "Dean, are the seniors inside easy to talk to?" This, LV Zhen thought for a while and still said, "They're not bad, but the rules are a little strict. Do you want to go in? I advise you not to. This senior doesn't seem to like people entering the interior. I was just an accident. Because Senior Cat brought me in, that's why I was left inside." "Is that so?" Fong Ping was a little eager to try. "I didn't get any benefits coming in this time." In the next moment, LV Zhen said again, Also, this time the senior said that there are people from both the North and the South sect outside. The senior seems to be a powerhouse from the South sect and is more hostile towards the powerhouses from the North sect. Before coming out, he even asked me to kill the martial artists from the North sect. LV Zhen looked at Fang Ping. At this moment, he said with some doubts, "Did a lot of people come to the bounded zone this time? The imperishable substance in the eternal lake inside has been greatly depleted." The senior doesn't seem too happy. As he said that, Elvesian said again, "Oh right, Fang Ping, the martial artist who attacked me earlier was..." Fang Ping coughed dryly and said, "I've already killed him. He's just an evil sect member, a clown. Dean, you don't have to worry about him." Fang Ping interrupted him and quickly changed the topic, saying, "Dean, the South sect and the North sect you mentioned, forget it. I'll ask when I get back." Fang Ping did not continue to ask. He had plenty of time when he got back. What he was considering now was whether he should go now or not. The people inside seemed to be angry. It wasn't because of him, right? He had sensed it earlier. The pressure was accompanied by anger. At this time, the other party was in a fit of anger. If he went in, would he be caught in the crossfire? Forget it. It won't be too late to come back after conquering the 7 southern regions. Fang Ping was not in a hurry. There were some things that had to be clarified. The purpose of coming to the bounded zone this time had been achieved. Now that the demon clan had agreed to cooperate, entering the bounded zone at this time might cause unnecessary trouble. If he were to be left inside like Elvesian, that would be a big problem. If he stayed for 3 years, Fang Ping could not afford to waste time. It would not be too late for him to try again after talking to old Zhang, Warlord, and the others. If there was really trouble, he could ask them to think of a way to save him. However, how could he go back now? Elvesian was a rank 9. Could he hide his rank 9 aura? Logically, rank 8 and rank 9 were different. He could not hide it. However, he was a rank 8 7th refinement. In terms of realm, he was not worse than Elvesian. Moreover, Fang Ping had always guessed that hiding aura might not require the realm, but the strength of mentality. Only mentality could have the effect of shielding. His mentality was almost 8,000 hertz. Elvesian might not be higher than him, right? The golden body was stronger than him, and his mentality was stronger than him. The only difference was that Elvesian had his own direction. Fang Ping did not. This was the difference between the two. Could he hide him? Fang Ping thought about it and decided to give it a try. If it did not work, then he did not really want to bring Elvesian out this time. It would be more dangerous. He was not in danger, but Elvesian was. It was better to wait for the counterattack to end before letting Elvesian out. Fang Ping broke through to rank 8 7th refinement. He had many things to do and had not tested the system's functions. At this moment, Fang Ping wanted to give it a try. Very soon, Fang Ping used the system's functions. The next moment, Fang Ping's eyes moved. Elvesian's aura disappeared. Elvesian himself did not notice the abnormality, but Fang Ping felt it clearly. It really works. Fang Ping was a little surprised. He was just giving it a try. He did not expect it to work. Did this mean that the system had tacitly agreed that he and the weak rank 9 were martial artists of the same level? Or did it mean that the level did not matter, but the level of mentality was the key? Fang Ping guessed for a while and was a little surprised. He could hide the weak rank 9's aura, but the origin path probably could not. In the following counterattack, could he hide the few weak rank 9 martial artists, paralyze the Imperial Sea Mountain's true king, and buy more time for himself? Not thinking about this anymore, Fang Ping said quickly, "Dean, let's go back to Earth as soon as possible." This time he came out from the land of boundaries and stayed for 3 years. The instructor has been missing you, and the ministers probably have something to ask you too. Elvesian heard that and said hurriedly, "I also have something to discuss with the ministers." Since the ministers were all peak level, although Elvesian had promised the Kwokang Mountain seniors that he would not teach the cultivation methods to outsiders, He really wanted to teach the cultivation methods to humans. Even if something happened to him, it was not a big deal. Mentality had shackled too many people. If the cultivation methods could be disseminated, it might be of great help to humans. As for what the Kwokang Mountain seniors thought, Elvijan could not care less. Sometimes he knew he should not do something, but he had to do it. Then let's go back now. Fong Ping did not delay, taking another look at the boundary wall. Not only were there people in Kwokang Mountain, but there were also desperate realm monsters. This was big news. He had to inform the outside world as soon as possible. Moreover, Fong Ping thought deeper. The human mounts back then, had they really all died? Demons had a long lifespan. The battle at the King's Battleground was more than 2,000 years ago. If the demons back then were strong enough, they might still be alive now. Where were they? For more than 2,000 years, had these demons been guarding the king's court? 10,000 demon royal court? Or the Forbidden Sea? Could Kwokang Mountain summon these demons back? More than 2,000 years. If they did not die, they should have achieved peak level. Even if they were not back then, they should be now. After all, they had lived for so many years. Living for so long meant that their realm was profound. A rank 9 might not be able to live until now. Kwokang Mountain was very important. This place should not be touched easily, otherwise it might cause big trouble. Southern Sect and Northern Sect? Are they talking about Iron Head and Old Yao? Old Lu achieved rank 9 so quickly his mentality did not cause any shackles. Imperial Beast Sect, the Crystal Ring last time, information flashed across Fong Ping's mind. A lot of things were opening up to him. If these ancient martial artists were all dead, Fong Ping would not care about these secrets. Now, however, these ancient martial artists were not dead, and they played an important role, so he could not ignore them anymore. Fong Ping really wanted to figure this out. At the very least, he had to know the difference between friend and foe. 8 territories, there might be 8 desperate realms. No, there was still a monster here. What about other places? Maybe there were more than 8 peak-level monsters. This was a power that could change the entire situation. If Sino Nation had 25 peak-level monsters, even if they were not a match for the catacombs, they could still seal off the entire outer realm. Even if 25 people did not seal off Imperial Sea Mountain and return to Earth, those true kings would not dare to come over easily. History is getting more and more confusing. What the hell are these guys doing? Fong Ping cursed in his heart. Very quickly he collected his emotions and said hurriedly, "Dean, let's move then!" Elvijan did not delay, but he still said, "Are we leaving through the passageway now?" The passageway is more dangerous now. Previously, there were 18 rank, 9 martial artists sealing it. I don't know if there are 18 now, so we're not going through the passageway. Elvijan's footsteps paused slightly. I wanted to leave through the passageway. I even wanted to break through the passageway and kill my way back to the human world, so that my daughter would know that I have returned, and returned in a powerful manner. But now, Elvijan suddenly felt a little lucky. Fortunately, he met Fong Ping. Otherwise, I would be dead meat. 18 martial artists. What kind of joke was this? Was the outside world like this now? 18 rank 9s dared to counterattack. Moreover, he had killed 6 previously. Did this not mean that almost all the rank 9s in Magic City catacombs had appeared? You said that Wu Quishan is already a rank 9. Then, did he go to kill Sky Gate City Lord that be asterisk starred? Sky Gate City Lord died a long time ago. Fong Ping said as he walked. In August, MCMAU and Skygate City started a war, annihilating Skygate City, killing Skygate City's City Lord and Skygate Tree. Skygate City was seized and renamed Magic City. This time, if it weren't for the remaining 12 cities in Magic City catacombs joining forces to attack, we wouldn't have lost the Magic City catacombs. Right, Dean? The Magic City catacombs is guarded by MCMAU now. The counterattack this time is also led by MCMAU. Having said that, Fong Ping looked at Elvijan and said with a smile, This time the dean has gone back. Come to MCMAU. The instructor has been missing you. We haven't seen each other for a few years. Dean, stay in MCMAU for a few more days. Right, this time the dean might be entering a desperate situation. Elvesian suddenly felt that he should not have asked. He did not really want to go back. What was wrong with this world? I haven't come out for 3 years. It's not like martial artists don't go into closed-door cultivation for 3 years. However, I haven't come out for 3 years. The changes are too big. Son-in-law is going to become a pinnacle, the legendary pinnacle. If I stay for another 3 years, will this world change so much that I can't recognize it? Elvesian did not ask. Otherwise, Fong Ping would definitely tell him. In another 3 years, the war between the two worlds would probably break out. At that time, the fall of the pinnacle would become common. High-ranked battles could be seen everywhere. War was also a catalyst for strength. At that time, perhaps some new pinnacle would emerge among humans, including some rank 9 powerhouses. At that time, it would be completely different from now. If Elvesian stayed for another 3 years, this world would definitely be different from before. It was not advisable for martial artists to go into closed-door cultivation, unless there was plenty of time. Otherwise, martial artists in the neo-martial era might not even be able to find their home after a casual closed-door cultivation. Forbidden Sea tributary. Fong Ping restrained his aura and crossed the river with Elvesian. At this moment, Fong Ping did not tremble with fear like in the past. When he was flying in the air, he still had the leisure to look at the bottom of the sea. He still could not explore the bottom of the sea. He was also not sure how many demons had gathered here. Sometimes, Fong Ping really wanted to go into the sea to see what was down there. What was the situation inside the Forbidden Sea? How many demons were there? How did they survive? Did they always stay in the sea, or would they go to some islands in the sea to rest? Did they have their own social system, similar to the 1,000-demon royal court system? Did they have a boss? Fong Ping restrained his aura. Elvesian sensed it too and gave Fong Ping a strange look. He did not think much about it before, but now he felt that something was not right. Previously, he sensed some aura in the instantiation space, but it disappeared very quickly. At that time, he thought it was because his master had died. Now that he thought about it, it was restrained by someone, and this grand disciple could also restrain his aura. Was he really his grand disciple? However, the pocket watch in his hand was indeed his. The person who attacked me, could it be him? Elvesian thought about it and shook his head slightly. It should not be. Otherwise, Fong Ping would not need to kill so vigorously. The moment Fong Ping and Elvesian left the bounded zone. Inside Kwokang Mountain, Big Cat emerged from the bottom of the river, shook its big head, and suddenly said, "Gone!" The ultimate Glory Demon clan could speak in human language. Gone. The illusory figure was still illusory at this moment, even if there was no one watching. Gone. Those little ones said it was a little strange, but they sensed my aura, and I did notice that my aura has left this place. Interesting. I thought they would come in, but they didn't. The illusory figure said, and then said slowly, "Cat, after sleeping for so many years, are you lonely?" Big Cat swayed its head, resting it on the bridge, and said nonchalantly, "It's all right. I don't like to move anyway, so sleeping is quite comfortable. Have you recovered from your injuries?" "Almost. Do you have to go out?" Big Cat lifted its head, revealing a human-like, puzzled face. "Why must I go out? Isn't it good to just stay here? Fighting and killing isn't good, and it's easy to get hurt. It's a little boring, but I can also find some people to come in." The illusory figure glanced at it and said after a while, "I have to come out. After so many years, you're still the same. Cat, when we go out this time, if you dare to fight again, I won't be polite to you any more." Big Cat's head continued to lie on the ground, saying lazily, "I didn't run. I fell asleep. I really fell asleep. The sun was really nice that day, and I just wanted to take a nap, but when I woke up, you guys had already finished fighting. The illusory figure shuddered and said after a long time, "I know you're asleep, or else." The illusory figure felt a little helpless. Big Cat really fell asleep. When he escaped back after the Battle of the Kings ended, Big Cat was still snoring, which almost angered him to death. He had said that he would rush over as soon as possible, but it was already over, and Big Cat still hadn't woken up. But this was also good because Big Cat didn't go so he could be safe. Otherwise, something might have happened to him. Big Cat ignored him, scratching its face with its tail, and said lazily, "I kind of miss those old friends. I wonder how many of them are still alive. Is little Jen still alive? He used to fish for me to eat, and I haven't eaten for a long time. I kind of miss the taste." "Don't mention him." The illusory figure snorted. "Unquestionable Jen, that guy. It's good that he's dead. He's not dead. He's lucky that he's not dead. If it weren't for him, things wouldn't have turned out this way." Big Cat was too lazy to listen to this and continued to say, "When you guys were fighting, did those old guys appear? Are they really dead? I remember seeing them when I was young, but it's been so many years, I don't really remember. I only remember that there was a big dog that stole my food every day. I don't know if it's dead or not. I really want to beat it up." The illusory figure felt that there was no need to continue the conversation. "Eat, eat, eat, eat. Sleep after you're done eating. You're not a cat, you're a pig. If I had known this would happen, I would have raised a pig back then. Why would I raise a guy like you? You've eaten so much of my food, and you're always thinking about useless things." Ignoring Big Cat's topic, the illusory figure said again, "Elvijan went out. I don't know if he can see those old guys. So many years have passed. I wonder how they're doing. Do you think they've saved some rations from before the Great Change?" The illusory figure felt a little tired and fell silent. Big Cat said again, "When I go out, I won't fight. Can I go fishing in the Forbidden Sea? If I stay neutral, will they beat me up?" "Shut up. You're the one who made me talk." "You shut up. You're still as hot-tempered as ever. This isn't good. Right? Do you still want your body? If you don't, do you think it'll taste good if you roast it? Do you want to give it a try?" "Cat." The illusory figure trembled for a moment before vanishing in the next instant. He was about to die from anger. This cat was getting more and more annoying. Chapter 805 Magic City Catacombs. Fan Ping brought Elvijan out of the boundary zone. Along the way, Elvijan was terrified. He realized that this grand disciple of his was really daring. When he walked through the 10,000 ants desert, he did not even stop. He used flight step directly. This was the forbidden land of the demons. Fan Ping did not think too much. He was fast. The demons in the 10,000 ants desert should not be able to catch up with him. Moreover, it was not easy to hide with Elvijan. He wanted to save face too. Should he dig a hole with Elvijan now? Let bygones be bygones. Now that he had dealt with the demons in the boundary zone, he could go around in circles in the Magic City Catacombs. Sensing his situation, Old Zhang and Warlord would think of a way to get him out. Even if they did not go out, it would be the same if they attacked in advance. MCMAU had the strength to fight back now. Fan Ping and Elvijan might be better inside. Fortunately, everything went smoothly. Not sure if they did not notice Fan Ping, or if they were too lazy to chase after him. There was no movement in the 10,000 ants desert. Fan Ping passed the 10,000 ants desert safely and started in the direction of Imperial Sea Mountain. He hoped that Warlord was reliable and could bring him away in time. Fan Ping actually wanted to go through the passageway and let Old Zhang cooperate to intimidate the rank 9s outside the passageway. However, if he went through the passageway now, it would expose him coming in. If he brought Elvijan away, it might cause some trouble. If that was the case, it was better to go through Imperial Sea Mountain. If he was careful, the true king might not notice him. Imperial Sea Mountain. Warlord leaned on a boulder. He had already sent the 2 old guys away. Now he was chatting with the human martial artist guarding below. Of course, he was the one talking most of the time. "Little Zhang, is it fun staying here every day? Is it boring? You can come up here if you have time. Chatting is fine too. I remember you talked a lot when you were young. Why don't you talk now? Oh, right, when I go back this time. That guy Zhang Tao is studying some screen movie. Next time when he's done, I'll bring it to you. You can watch a movie when you're free. Do you know what a movie is? Little Zhang, you're behind the times. When the catacombs are conquered and you return to the surface, you won't be able to keep up with the times. The War King was very talkative. The elder below raised his head and glanced at him. After a while, he said in a muffled voice, Patriarch Zhang, I'm cultivating. Can I have a moment of silence? The War King was dissatisfied and snorted. Cultivate? How many years had he cultivated? How far had he walked on the Origin Dao? Is it 500 meters? Little Zhang, the Origin Dao is not something that can be achieved through hard work. But that's all you can do. You walked on the source Dao of your past life, which can also be considered an external Dao. Actually, your future is limited. I have never seen any resurrected martial artist that was that strong. But do you still remember Guoxinquan and the other two? I have some impression of it. The three of them have recently stepped into the Origin Dao. Do you know why they're so fast? Moreover, this old man feels that these three have a brighter future than you. Do you know why? Patriarch, please guide me. The most important thing is still fate. The War King laughed and said, You people, none of you will believe me even if I tell you. When you were young, I told you to follow the times. He had to follow the guidance of fate. When you were young, I let you interact more with Li Zhen, let you hang around with Zhang Tao and the rest, but you didn't believe me. Look at what happened now. They've all reached the pinnacle. Now that these fellows have reached the pinnacle, they're considered to have reached the peak. The next era should begin. Heroes are created by the times. Zhang Tao and the rest made the neo-martial arts era rise. The upcoming war between the two worlds might start a whole new era, one that would surpass the previous era. The future era would be magnificent. Perhaps even more powerful children of destiny would be born. Heroes would come forth in large numbers, countless heroes. This was a disaster, but also an opportunity. In this era, the rise might only happen overnight. In this era, the gathering of influential figures could already be seen. MCMAU Fangping, CCMAU Li Hansong, NMAU Wang Jinyang, FMS Yao Qingjun. These were all one of them. Including MCMAU's Wu Quishan, Li Changsheng. These people are actually all counted. Many people come from MCMAU. Do you know what this means? Below, the old man's expression changed slightly. You mean the center of the gathering is in MCMAU. He was a resurrected martial artist. He grew up in Star Town when he was young and knew War King. Not only did he know him, but he was also quite familiar with him. This was War King's personality and habit. He always talked to others about fate. Martial artists did not believe in fate, but War King believed in fate. He was considered a weirdo. However, War King's eyes were indeed sharp. When Li Zhen and the others were young, War King had said that those who were not afraid of death could follow them. In the end, they might become the top. Of course, the mortality rate was very high. At that time, not many people believed in him. However, reality proved that War King's eyes were indeed sharp. Li Zhen and Zhang Tao had really become the top, and they were even the powerhouses. This scene now was somewhat similar to that time. However, the outbreak was faster and more intense. The center of the gathering was in MCMAU. War King chuckled. That's right. Although there are many heroes in this era, including overseas, Star Town is also erupting. The younger generation is getting stronger and stronger, and rank 7 martial artists are emerging. However, this center is indeed in MCMAU. Or should I say, the center is in Fangping. Lil Zhang, don't blame me for not reminding you. You're not young anymore. You've got guts. Take a gamble. Why do you still need to guard the passageway? Once MCMAU takes down 7 southern regions, The passageway will not need to be guarded, and martial artists from the restricted area will not be allowed to enter. What you mean is, the old man was moved. MCMAU is really going to counterattack this time, and the chances of winning are very high. Nonsense. War King chuckled. The chances of winning are quite high, provided that there are no accidents. It's better to be safe than sorry. War King said for a while, then said, "This time, take a gamble and do something big. You might as well leave the passageway and go to Hope City to participate in the battle. Maybe there will be a surprise. Let me remind you, whether or not you can become the top depends on this gamble." Of course, participating in a normal battle may not have much effect. Fighting a winning battle does not show kindness. That kid Fong Ping thinks that he has calculated it well, but this time, I think it's a little risky. You'd better go to 100 Beasts Forest and block it. 100 Beasts Forest may participate in the battle this time. If you make a move at the crucial moment and the Monster King of 100 Beasts Forest can't kill you, you'll win. If you kill it, then you're unlucky. There's nothing you can do about it. As long as you don't die, you can block a forbidden area by yourself and save MCMAU. That kid will be very grateful. When that time comes, you might get a lot of benefits. The old man called Little Zheng frowned. Ancestor, 100 Beasts Forest wants to participate in the battle? If that's the case, then we have to prepare in advance. How can we be so careless? War King shook his head. It's the same whether we prepare or not. We can only send so many people. If there are too many, there will be accidents immediately. If there are too many people, those fellows will feel that something is wrong. They will definitely inform the various territories and attack together. When that time comes, it will be even more troublesome. Therefore, the number of people in the counterattack battle is more or less fixed. However, you're an unexpected factor. Usually, people don't care about guardians. But I alone, I might not be able to block the 5 Monster Kings of 100 Beasts Forest. That's why I'm betting. War King chuckled. If we can win for sure, why would we look for you? Fortune comes from danger. That's how it is. If you don't die, then there's hope. If you die, then it's over. MCMAU won't lose too much. At most, they can just run. Escaping is not a big problem. However, if that's the case, I'm afraid it'll be very difficult for the 7th Southern Territory to fight back. Fong Ping, the old man was slightly puzzled. He said, "I've always heard of this Fong Ping, but I've never seen him. Is Fong Ping really worth your attention? Even comparable to the 3 ministers? You haven't seen that kid, but he should have seen you a few times. He's gone through the passageway many times." As War King spoke, he suddenly looked ahead. After a while, he said with slight doubt, "He's back? It doesn't seem like he's the same person." He did not sense any chi, but he had been paying attention. Most people would not pay attention to 2 stones flying in the air, but he did. This kid entered the catacombs and kidnapped a woman? It seemed like there were 2 people. War King did not say anything more. He said, "Quickly, I'll be leaving later. You take it easy. The Green Wolf King and the others have been in a bad mood recently. If they vent their anger on you, I might not be able to save you in time. Also, when MCMAU counterattacks, try to leave this place. Whether you go to 100 Beasts Forest or not, it's best not to stay here." War King gave a few reminders. The martial artists guarding Mount Royal Sea, martial artists below the Paragon level, actually came from Star Polaris City. There were resurrected martial artists and the disciples of the Paragons like them. Of course, they took in very few disciples. Among the martial artists guarding the Mount Royal Sea passageway now, War King did not take in disciples, but there were a few other Paragon disciples guarding. These people were also people from Star Polaris City. They suffered more than the Paragons. The Paragons would at least go back, but they would not go back, and it was even more dangerous. The Paragons had the strength to fight against a true king, but they did not. If a true king really did not care about anything and forced his way in, they would be the first to die. As he spoke, War King had already seen two figures in the distance. Who did Fong Ping bring out? War King was a little suspicious. The old man did not notice at first, but now he also looked in that direction. Then he was slightly stunned and could not help but ask, "Ancestor, did he really come in?" When the true king transmitted his voice earlier, he thought that War King was joking, purposely trying to scare people. Now it seemed that Fong Ping really came. Of course it's true. The ancestor doesn't lie. After saying that, War King smiled and said, "If there's a chance, go back to Star Polaricity and take a look. It's been so many years. If I don't go back soon, all my acquaintances will die." The old man fell silent. After a long time, he said, "I hope there's a chance." Go back? He was already used to the days here. He had been guarding the Grand Canyon of Mount Royal Sea for as long as 60 years. That year, when the passageway just opened, he came. For 60 years, he did not go back. In the past 60 years, only recently did War King come here to guard. He had the opportunity to understand Star Polaricity and the outside world. Although there were Paragon patrols in the past, they rarely communicated. Everyone was used to silence. Of the acquaintances from the outside world, how many were still alive? He had some impression of Guo Shangquan and the others, but it had been too long. In his impression, Guo Shangquan and the others were still children. Time was merciless. Now, those people had also stepped into rank 9. Sometimes the old man thought if he was still alive when the catacombs were pacified, would he really be able to get used to it? However, every time the old man thought of this, he would laugh at himself. When the catacombs were pacified, would he really still be alive? Ancestor, War King glanced at the old man, slightly puzzled. The old man chuckled. "If the ancestor comes back, can you do me a favor?" "Speak." 60 years ago, before I came to Mount Royal Sea, I buried a jar of wine near the Hall of Myriad Origins. I was young and full of vigor. I thought that pacifying the catacombs might not be long, and that after pacifying the catacombs, I would go back and have a good drink. Now, 60 years have passed. I don't know if that jar of wine is still there. If it is, can the ancestor send it to me? I suddenly feel like drinking. I've almost forgotten the taste of wine. At this moment, Fong Ping was almost there from afar. Even though they were thousands of meters apart, Fong Ping still heard these words, and for a moment he felt indescribably complicated. Without waiting for War King to speak, Fong Ping smiled and said, "No need to let Senior War King bring it. I'll bring it for you next time. It'll only be a few days. When the time comes, you can go to Hope City for a drink. This passageway, it's fine even if we don't guard it. It's hard to say about other territories, but 7 Southern Territory is a territory that MCMAU is determined to conquer. There's no reason why we can't conquer it. After conquering 7 Southern Territory, the ultimate martial artist will guard this place for a long time. There's no need to guard the passageway anymore." The old man looked at Fong Ping, nodded with a smile, and sent a similar message. "Then we'll wait to drink this wedding wine. MCMAU conquers 7 Southern Territory. There's nothing to celebrate. This jar of wine, take it as a congratulatory gift." As the two of them were talking above them, War King chuckled and said, "You're talking about wine? That jar of wine was gone 30 years ago. Wine. Where did the wine come from? When you left that year, the things that you hid were almost all gone." War King laughed and said, "Quickly, the ancestor, I still have a few jars of good wine. When the time comes, I'll bring them." Fong Ping smiled and said, "I also brewed a few jars. They're all brewed with life essence. Some rank 9 monster plants leaves and some energy fruits. I've stuffed them all in. A big fruit wine stew. When the time comes, try it." As soon as he said that, War King snorted softly, too lazy to speak anymore. What does that mean? If you want to talk about wine, just talk about wine. What's the point of talking about materials? Do you think I'm poor? I just don't want to do it. Paying no heed to him, the War King glanced at Elvision for a moment before asking, This is that specialist LV? Fan Ping was a little surprised. Did Warlord know LV Zhen? Warlord had always been at Mount Royal Sea. Whenever he came out, he would only appear in Star Town. LV Zhen was only a rank 7 martial artist. How did Warlord know him? LV Zhen didn't recognize the Battle King, but he could sense how powerful this person was. He hurriedly bowed and said, "Senior, I am LV Zhen." "I know you. We can talk when we have time. I have some ideas about the brain nucleus cultivation method that you proposed back then." Zhang Tao and Li Zhen, those two fools, didn't pay much attention to you in the first place. Only now do I realize that your conjecture is somewhat reasonable. Brain nuclei can be materialized for cultivation. LV Zhen was slightly stunned and couldn't help but ask, "You found the brain nucleus?" He was stunned. Fan Ping was still stunned. What does that mean? Did LV Zhen discover that the brain nucleus could be used for cultivation? This was a little unexpected. The War King laughed. "We'll talk about it later. Let's retreat first. Otherwise, the two true kings will come back later." Having said that, the War King swept the two of them up and left quickly. Fan Ping waved at the old man below without saying a word. After this, the old man might not have to guard the passageway anymore. The War King left? Thousands of miles away under a waterfall, two true kings were playing chess. They couldn't help but look in the direction of Mount Royal Sea. He left. This guy came and left in a hurry. What is he doing here this time? The Green Wolf King was a muscular man. The Bamboo King was much more delicate. The Bamboo King pondered for a moment and said slowly, "Maybe he's preparing to counterattack 7 Southern Territory. The resurrected martial artists won't give up on 7 Southern Territory. The Martial King has been guarding outside the passageway, afraid that we'll kill our way out. The War King probably came here for the same purpose." The Green Wolf King frowned slightly. "This timing is a little troublesome. According to my plan, we should take advantage of the opening of the 100 Kings Conference to gather everyone and attack together. Even if we don't start a war with the true kings, we have to make the resurrected martial artists powerless. Starting a war with the 108 territories at the same time can delay the resurrected martial artists' progress and eliminate some threats." The Bamboo King chuckled. "I want to, but some people aren't willing. If we kill too much and the Martial King and the others take action, do we really want to fight to the death? Let those guys watch the show. They can't wait for us to kill each other so they can take advantage of it." The Bamboo King sighed. The true kings of the divine continent have their own ideas. The hearts of the people are not united, and there are constant infighting. Otherwise, the land of rebirth would have been destroyed long ago, even with powerhouses like the suppressing Heavenly King. However, everyone wants to protect themselves. Over time, the land of rebirth has become a threat. In the past few decades, the Martial King, the Netherworld King, the Moon King, and the others have all become kings. Their combat strength is so strong that even I might not be a match for them. Nurturing a tiger is a recipe for disaster. If I knew this would happen, I wouldn't have waited, the Green Wolf King sneered. It's all your heavenly plants, royal court's problem. You should have made your move long ago. You waited until now. Don't talk about us. The Bamboo King chuckled. If it wasn't for your reluctance to make a move, things wouldn't have turned out this way. We're fighting to the death with the land of rebirth, but you guys are just waiting behind to kill both sides. Everything belongs to you. Who would be willing? The Bamboo King quickly changed the topic. Let's not talk about this. The passage will be fully open soon. So many years have passed. We can afford to wait a few more years. Green Wolf, what do you think about the Land of Kings? The Land of Kings, the resurrection of the two kings, the Green Wolf King said softly and chuckled. Even if the two kings have Tao remnants, how many are there? Will it really be our turn? The Fate King, Qian King, Maple King, these guys are watching. including the one from the myriad demon royal court, the one who guards the royal court. They're all watching. Bamboo King, in my opinion, we shouldn't get involved. The Bamboo King shook his head. You can't say that. Although the Fate King, Qian King, and the others are hall masters in name, the true kings of the True King Hall are still free. However, once the two kings are revived, Green Wolf, do you really think we can stay out of this? When the two kings were still around, God Continent only knew about them. Who knows about the other kings? The true kings are suffering. Now that we've finally gotten rid of the rule of the two kings, are we really going to let the two kings return? It's not that simple. The Green Wolf King said faintly, that was then, this is now. There are hundreds of true kings in God Continent now. Who would agree to be the servants of the two kings? The era of the two kings is over. Bamboo King, you're overthinking. Overthinking? I don't think so. The Bamboo King chuckled. Is it true that only the two kings are revived in the land of kings? Are the people from back then all dead? The two kings have been hiding in the land of kings for so many years. Are they really unprepared? The Green Wolf King did not speak. After a moment of silence, he said, You mean, we can forget about the two kings. The people they commanded back then might not have integrated into the Chaos Origin Tao. The war with the Land of Rebirth is about to begin. The future is even more dangerous. We need to protect ourselves too. This time when the 100 Kings Assembly opens, let's contact a few more. Ignore the two kings and keep an eye on the generals under them. Kill a few of them and seize the great Tao. Maybe we can also become leaders. The Green Wolf King glanced at him and said indifferently, What brings you to me? The Heavenly Plant's royal court is very complicated. The Bamboo King shook his head and said, Inside there's the Maple King, outside there's Li Zhu and the Guardian Royal Court. It's a mess. The same goes for all of you. Fate Monarch wants to step onto the third Grand Tao, surpass Heavenly King Suppressing, and become the only one in the heavens. Now that his son, Jihong, had become a true king, Fate Monarch, that old fellow, had ruthlessly killed Jihong. Who knows, he might really have stepped onto the third great Tao. But would the King of 100 Mountains and the others agree? They were willing to let the Fate Monarch become the second Fate Monarch. Fate King. This fellow's ambitions were not small. He called himself Fate King. The way I see it, he's just waiting to be crowned the Fated Monarch. If he kills the revived Fated Monarch, he might really be able to replace him. The Green Wolf King's expression changed slightly. Fate Monarch. Fate Monarch. Fate Monarch, Heavenly Plant, these two titles were actually taboo. The two monarchs were the Fate Monarch and the Heavenly Plant Monarch. No one would use the two monarchs' titles to name themselves. After the Demon Emperor's era ended, the two monarchs ruled God's continent. Rumor had it that the two monarchs did not have the title Heaven in the beginning. It was only later that they were crowned. In other words, before the Fate Monarch ruled Destiny Royal Court, he had the same title as the current Fate Monarch. The name of True King was repeated. Actually, this was indeed a taboo. If the Fate Monarch was still in power, or if everyone knew that he was still alive, such a thing would not have happened. However, when the two monarchs were in hibernation, the Fate Monarch did it, and no one dared to question it. At this moment, the Bamboo King exposed this publicly acknowledged fact, but he did not think about it. This caused the Green Wolf King to fall silent. After a long time, the Green Wolf King said, Let's not talk about this first. How should we deal with the 7 southern regions? The Land of Rebirth has to retaliate. We cannot let them do whatever they want. Don't let the Huai King and Pine King's jokes happen to us. Seeing that he did not want to talk about that, the Bamboo King did not mind. He smiled and said, We still have to look for the Maple King and the rest, including the G family. Fong Ping is in MCMAU. Don't these people want to kill Fong Ping? Don't King 100 Mountain and the rest want to kill him? In the Land of Kings previously, the descendants of the kings fell one after another. How could they not care? 1 or 2 divine generals per family is enough to deal with everything. The Green Wolf King nodded slightly. That was true. He did not want to lose the divine generals under his command to the outskirts. It was easy to get into trouble. As for the divine generals under the other true kings, it did not matter. Chapter 806. The 2 catacombs kings were discussing. At the same time, Fang Ping and Warlord had once again set foot on Mount Royal Sea, preparing to return to Earth. Meanwhile, Magic City Catacombs, underground passageway hall. Zhang Tao, Li Zhen, Nan Yunyue, and a few powerhouses from MCMAU rushed over. When Zhang Tao came to Magic City to suppress the catacombs, he also brought Wu Quishan back. At this moment, Wu Quishan was floating in the air in the spacious hall. His aura was getting stronger and stronger. Beside him, Lu Fengru looked worried and anxious. She looked at Zhang Tao a few times. Although Zhang Tao didn't look at her, he knew what she was thinking and smiled. Don't worry, it seems that she's about to wake up. It had been almost a month since Wu Quishan fell into a coma. After such a long time, Wu Quishan had finally digested the mystic jade true monarch source Tao and was about to wake up. After Zhang Tao finished speaking, Li Zhen glanced at him. Zhang Tao's white beard was an eyesore, making him feel uncomfortable. Unable to hold back, Li Zhen transmitted his voice to Zhang Tao. Pluck that beard out for me. He really felt uncomfortable watching this. An impasse realm expert who was not even 100 years old was really considered a young man. Compared to Heavenly King Jin and the others, Zhang Tao couldn't be any younger. In the past, it was fine. This fellow maintained the appearance of a middle-aged man with black hair and no beard. That was not a big deal. But after not seeing him for a few days, this fellow actually grew a long white beard. Li Jin even suspected that there was something wrong with Zhang Tao's head. Zhang Tao stroked his beard and replied with a smile, If you like it, you can grow a beard too. I'm almost 100 years old. What's wrong with growing a beard? You have a problem with that? Yu Li Zhen was annoyed. Beside him, Nan Yunyue glanced at the 2 of them, disinclined to bother with them. She said, Now that Wu Quishan has awakened, how is his source Tao? As soon as he said that, many people from MCMAU looked over. Zhang Tao smiled calmly and said, I'm thinking about a problem right now. What? It's time to divide the origin Tao. Zhang Tao chuckled. In the past, there weren't many rank 9s. There weren't many origins martial artists either. Everyone didn't interact much either. At that time, everyone was too lazy to make any distinctions. There was no need for that. But now, with more and more people coming into contact with the experts, it's time to make a quantitative standard. The division of martial arts ranks only came about when there were a lot of people. The difference in ranks was not only to highlight the difference in ranks, but also to allow martial artists to have a clear understanding of themselves. Chi and blood used cards, mentality used Hercules, destructive power used elemental force, and there were 9 ranks in martial arts. These distinctions were all for the sake of quantifying martial artists and allowing them to have a better understanding of themselves. Take energy ores, for example. In the past, cultivation-aiding energy ores and non-aiding energy ores were used to distinguish them. Later on, as the number of energy ores increased, they began to be divided into 9 grades. Hearing Zhang Tao say this, Nan Yunyue and Li Zhen didn't think that he was making a fuss over a minor issue. The meticulous division of martial arts ranks was also to give martial artists something to look forward to. Generally speaking, the origin Tao was above the origin Tao, which was an unreachable goal for 99% of origin Tao experts. Li Zhen couldn't care less about his beard at this time. He slowly said, How are you going to differentiate? Actually, it is very difficult for us to observe how far one has walked on the origin path. Under normal circumstances, it is the cultivators themselves who measure it. Even the cultivators themselves are not very clear. Zhang Tao smiled faintly. This question is simple. The cultivators themselves may not know how far they have walked on the origin path. However, the cultivators still know how much their power outburst and how much their amplification is. This is a quantitative standard. After saying that, Zhang Tao continued, let's take the top non-peak rank, 9 as an example. Their own vitality can reach as high as 150,000 calories. The origin path has reached its limit, but it hasn't reached that level yet. If we calculate it according to a doubling of amplification, then he can have a vitality outburst close to 300,000 calories. 300,000 calories vitality. This is the top non-peak powerhouse. Actually, to measure a martial artist's rank, I think we should look at the outburst, not the upper limit of one's own ability. If a top rank 9's upper limit can reach 300,000 calories, it is very likely that he won't be able to achieve such an outburst. Then you think we should use combat strength as the standard to measure? That's right. As the few of them were talking, Old Man Li rolled his eyes. Glancing at Wu Quishan, whose aura was still growing, he could not help but say, Ministers, there is no hurry to talk about this now, right? How is old Wu now? It was indeed necessary to divide martial arts in detail. However, at this time, Wu Quishan was still recovering. It was not appropriate to talk about this, was it? Zhang Tao glanced at him, chuckling. What's the hurry? Wu Quishan is fine. It's a good thing that he's awake. Just wait a little longer. Li Changsheng, what I'm talking about now is the important thing. Once the standard is determined, you may be able to enter the rank 9 ranking list. Zhang Tao was all smiles. For the weak rank 9, we usually start with 100,000 calories vitality without any increase in strength. Some of the weaker rank 9 have poor control. The vitality outburst strength may only be 50 to 60,000 cal. In the future, if the classification standard is determined, these weak rank 9 may be eliminated. They may fall from the rank 9 ranking list. Zhang Tao laughed again. Of course, comprehending the origin path is indeed a symbol of rank 9. It's not good to be eliminated just like that. Therefore, we need to discuss how to determine the issue of rank 8 and rank 9. This is still quite important. Why are we divided into rank 3 and 12 stages for honing the lower 3 ranks? It's to let martial artists step by step have a small goal and move toward the small goal. Now, if we divide the lower 3 ranks into the same rank, then the bone honing period is too long. At this time, everyone is always in the same rank, and there will be a lack of motivation. Does the minister need to explain this to me? Old Man Li was speechless. I'm not a primary school student. Do I need you to teach me step by step? He was not saying that they could not divide the ranks in detail. He was just reminding you that Wu Quishan was the important thing now. What was old Zhang thinking? Zhang Tao chuckled. He did not mind. He would put this aside for now. It was only when Nan Yunyue mentioned Wu Quishan that he thought of this. He could not always use the origin paths less than 1/10 of a point to say that he was an origin path powerhouse, right? The origin path was also a long process. Those who reached the pinnacle had been walking for hundreds of years, even thousands of years. This process was too long. A clear quantitative standard was indeed needed. They did not continue this topic. Seeing that everyone was paying attention to Wu Quishan, Zhang Tao watched for a while and said, now that he's awake, he can enter the top 10 of rank 9. Although he hasn't reached the pinnacle, but he should be close to Wu Chuan. That's it. At this moment, Old Man Li said, a little surprised. Zhang Tao and the other two suddenly looked at him in unison. What did he mean? That's it. Wu Chuan is not here. Otherwise, he would beat you to death. 3 departments and 4 residences. 7 leaders. 5 of them were at the pinnacle. The 6th, Zhang Weiyu, was about to reach the pinnacle. If Zhang Weiyu achieved the pinnacle, then Wu Chuan would be the first person below the pinnacle. Of course, this was Sino Nation's ranking. The ranking might not be accurate. Wu Chuan should be slightly weaker than Zhao Xingwu. He was not far from Kong Lingyuan, Qinyaozu, and the rest. No matter what, he was still a top-notch rank 9 powerhouse. In the end, Li Chongqing said that's it. At this moment, Zhang Tao was a little stunned. Were the guys in MCMAU so arrogant now? Li Chongqing saw them looking at him. He coughed softly and laughed dryly. What I mean is, Senior Wu, combat strength cough cough. That's it. Old Wu devoured a true king powerhouse's origin path. In the end, he woke up at this stage. I feel like I've lost out. He thought that Wu Quishan would have Zhang Weiyu's strength, but now it was Wu Chuan. After all, in the eyes of Fang Ping and the rest, old Wu was very embarrassing. Among the 7 leaders of the 3 ministries and 4 residences, Fang Ping, Old Manly, and the rest really did not equate Wu Chuan with them. There was no other reason. When old Wu participated in the ranking for the first time, it was too embarrassing. When the global ranking was released, the other 6 leaders of the 3 ministries and 4 residences were almost all in the top 20. In the end, when it came to Wu Chuan, he dropped to around 90th place. The gap was not just big. Moreover, the others all had rank 9 divine weapons. Wu Chuan did not have one at that time. It could be said that Wu Chuan was the leader who had the worst time. Fang Ping even suspected that the South House of Guardians was raised by a stepmother. Why were they so miserable? Fang Ping was not here now. If he was here, after hearing that Wu Quishan had woken up, he would probably be shocked like Wu Chuan. So weak? It should not be. Zhang Tao was a little speechless. After a while he said, "Is Wu Chuan very embarrassing? That guy is still your senior from the same sect. You look down on him so much?" Old man Li laughed dryly. "Don't say that. I'm not looking down on him. He, Huang Jing, and Wu Chuan, the 3 of them were true brothers from the same sect. They were all students brought up by the old vice-chancellor. As for the others, some were dead, some were crippled. Until now, Huang Jing was dead. The old vice-chancellor's direct disciples were actually him and Wu Chuan. Qin Fengqing was considered a generation gap. However, in terms of relationship, he was closer than the others. However, after so many years, Old Manly really did not think that Wu Chuan was that strong. Even if he was a rank 6 back then, Wu Chuan was already a rank 9. Thinking of this, Old Man Li suddenly asked curiously, "How far has Senior Wu gone on his origin path?" I'm not too sure about this. However, his combat strength before this seemed not too strong. I think he was slightly weaker than Guardian Zhang and Mayor Nen before they broke through. Previously, when Wu Chuan participated in the battle in the Magic City catacombs, although he was also very strong, stronger than Wu Quishan, there was a limit to his strength. Old Man Li felt that he did not have the aura of a top-notch rank 9 like Zhang Weiyu and the rest. Beside him, Li Zhen saw the situation and laughed. Wu Chuan did not go too far on his origin path. According to Zhang Tao's 1,000 meters, Wu Chuan walked about 600 to 700 meters. However, compared to us, Wu Chuan is much younger. He has improved very quickly these 2 years. When he returns from the Magic City catacombs this time, I think his strength will grow a little, maybe even further. Old Manly thought for a while and said, "I've always been curious about one thing. Why did you let Senior Wu become the South Guardian back then? He had just achieved rank 9 back then, and he became the South Guardian. There are many more suitable candidates than him, right?" Nan Yunue glanced at Zhang Tao, saying lightly, "Ask Zhang Tao about this." Zhang Tao sneered, saying indifferently, "What's so strange about it? Back then, when the South Guardian fell, someone was needed to replace him. The one I had in mind was actually not Wu Chuan, but your instructor. Although your instructor was rank 8 back then, he had been at peak rank 8 for many years. He had actually comprehended his own origin path. What I meant was that the government should think of a way to gather a batch of resources to help him heal and advance to rank 9. However, you also know that the government's resources were also limited at that time. They were all extremely precious resources. Your instructor was not willing to waste these resources. He also rejected the position of the South Guardian, but he recommended Wu Chuan. Your instructor was also second to none in the South at the Grandmaster level. The students he taught were all over the South. At that time, there were 14 governors in the South. 4 of them were from MCMAU. MCMAU was also the top elite school in the South. There were also many MCMAU students in the military department. Considering all these, Wu Chuan became the South Guardian, which was enough to command the entire South. With your instructor holding the line, there was no need to worry about people being dissatisfied. That was how Wu Chuan advanced to rank 9 and became the South Guardian. It was Old Man Li's first time hearing about these secrets. After hearing that, he said with some regret, "If that's the case back then, my instructor had a chance to recover." Yes, he did. Zhang Tao shook his head and said, "But your instructor had been fighting for many years. His imperishable substance had long been used up. His golden body was also severely damaged. At that time, the deficit was huge. If he wanted to recover, actually, if it was now, it's really not that difficult. Ask that kid Fong Ping to provide him with 1,000 imperishable substance, and I guarantee that he'll be full of vigor. However, at that time, we had just achieved our peak not long ago. I mentioned helping him recover, but he didn't agree. At that time, that fellow said that we have to defend Mount Yehaitian. We can't waste our energy for him, lest we get ambushed by the catacombs' powerhouses. In the end, he was actually exhausted. The battle in Magic City was also the last battle that he chose." Old Man Li nodded slightly and said nothing more. At that time, the instructor was indeed an arrow at the end of its flight. He was already a little unwilling to live on. Otherwise, he could still drag it on. Even if the instructor did not participate in that battle, there were many reasons. But he still went. Old Man Li did not dwell on this. He continued to look at Wu Quishan. At this moment, Wu Quishan's aura was even stronger. In the void, a path was faintly discernible. Old Man Li looked for a while and said again, "If that's the case, this time when Old Wu recovers, his origin path will actually only go 600 to 700 meters." Zhang Tao nodded and said, "More or less. Maybe a little longer." Actually, if Wu Quishan used mysterious jade True King's Tao to replace his own Tao, even if he did not reach the peak, the difference would not be too big. However, Wu Quishan did not completely accept mysterious jade True King's origin path. Moreover, he also used the other party's Tao to nurture his own Tao. It consumed a lot of energy. Until now, Wu Quishan's own Tao had gone 600 to 700 meters. Mysterious jade True King's Tao was almost the same. Dual path powerhouse. If Wu Quishan used it well, he should be a little stronger than Wu Chuan, but he might not be as strong as Zhang Weiyu. Wait a while more. He's almost awake. Zhang Tao didn't say anything else after that. Everyone began to wait in silence. Just when Wu Quishan was about to wake up, Fong Ping and the others had already left Magic City catacombs. Warlord sped all the way, rushing rapidly toward Shishan catacombs. As they sped, Warlord asked, "How's the trip to the bounded domain this time? Did you find Jiao? Oh, right. How did you meet LV Zhen? Didn't LV Zhen go missing in Magic City catacombs? Does that mean that you entered the bounded domain?" Warlord had a lot of questions. Before Fong Ping could reply, LV Zhen hurriedly said, "Senior, I did stay in the bounded domain for a few years." "Oh, right, Evil," he was about to speak, when Fong Ping suddenly laughed and said, "The trip this time is not small. Jiao is still in the bounded domain, and it promised to help this time. It can be considered an unexpected gain." "Then your luck is not bad," Warlord responded. He did not ask about the bounded domain in detail. They would talk about it when they got back. LV Zhen, on the other hand, glanced at Fong Ping. He now remembered a very serious problem. When Fong Ping went to the bounded domain, it was Warlord who escorted him there. Then how did the evil sect martial artists go there? Could it be that when Magic City catacombs fell, the evil sect martial artists did not leave? He was thinking about this. Fang Ping, on the other hand, did not think about it at all. It had nothing to do with him. He did not hit him. There was no point in looking at him. There was no evidence. Don't accuse me. He entered the catacombs on the 12th. It was not until the night of the 14th that Fang Ping arrived at Shishan Catacombs. Shishan Catacombs, Imperial Sea Mountain. Chun Guyang had been guarding the Imperial Sea Mountain passage. It seemed like he had never left. Who knew how many years he had been sitting there? This time, Fang Ping did not hide his appearance and aura. Chun Guyang glanced at Fang Ping, then at LV Zhen. He seemed to have guessed something. He looked at the two of them, nodded slightly, and did not say much. Fang Ping, on the other hand, cupped his fists at Chun Guyang and said with a smile, "Senior Chin, I pretended to be Jiang Hao previously. I made a fool of myself in front of you." Chun Guyang smiled faintly. "No problem. It's better to be careful when you enter the catacombs. I haven't had the time to thank Yao Zhu and the others for what happened previously. You should thank Vice-Chancellor Fang instead." "Senior, you're too kind. It was Senior Yao Zhu who helped me last time." As Fang Ping spoke, Chun Yao Zhu suddenly looked toward the outer domain, in the direction of the bounded domain. Warlord also looked in that direction. Very quickly he smiled and said, "Fang Ping, the old guy inside, seems to be doing something. Do you want to go take a look?" Beside him, Chun Guyang frowned slightly. "Don't be rash. There's been some movement here a few times. I suspect it's reviving. If you enter at this time, you might be treated as an enemy." Fang Ping was a little surprised. He could not help but ask, "The seniors of Xuandegrado are reviving? Then, the one I met last time. It might be a mentality materialization, or it might not have fully recovered from the last time. Recently, there's been a lot of movement in the bounded domain. It might be in a state of revival now," Chun Guyang explained. Then he frowned slightly. "For so many years, there's been no movement in the bounded domain. Recently, it's not just Xuandegrado. There seems to be some movement in the other, large, bounded domain too. The person inside has been quiet for too long. Maybe he's about to come out." Warlord glanced at him. Grinning, he said, "Old Chin, do you think the person inside is your old man?" Chun Guyang's expression darkened. "Mother asterisk cur. Bastard. There's a junior here. What nonsense are you talking about? How could it be his old man?" Chun Guyang said indifferently, "It should have nothing to do with the Chin family. Yao Zhu and the others can't enter at all. That might not be the case. Or your master." Chun Guyang did not refute Warlord's words. This possibility was not impossible. The top of Star Town had their own guesses. Suppressing Heavenly King's arrangement of Chun Guyang to guard the Shishan Catacombs might not be a random arrangement. These people might really be related to the bounded domain. Seeing that he did not speak, Warlord said again, "Did the guy inside look for you?" "No, he didn't contact you." Chun Guyang said lightly, "The person inside might not be able to come out now. How can he contact him? Moreover, who knows what our situation is? Moreover, we have our own lives. After hundreds of years, even if it's related to the bounded domain, it's all in the past." After saying that, Chun Guyang looked at Fang Ping and said slowly, "Don't get too close to Pudgy Jiang. There's something wrong with him. I've always suspected that he's the Demon Emperor and has ulterior motives. The monster plant that Zhang Tao picked up in the North Lake Catacombs might have been thrown out by Pudgy Jiang. When it comes to understanding humans, he knows them better. Moreover, he's guarding the Nanjiang Catacombs, which is very close to the North Lake Catacombs. The North Lake Catacombs is also the boundary that he patrols, so his possibility is the highest. I don't know what this guy wants. Don't get too close to him." Fang Ping was dumbfounded. "What do you mean by saying that in front of Warlord? Also, when you said Pudgy Jiang just now, I thought you were talking about Jiang Chao." Fang Ping looked embarrassed. Warlord was also speechless. He scolded in a low voice, "Don't talk nonsense." I didn't give Zhang Tao that kid's monster plant. If I wanted to give it, I would give it to him openly so that he would remember the favor. I won't hide it when I'm selling a favor. Those who hide it are not good people. Who knows who did it? Also, old Devilchin, you don't have to test me. I'm not the Demon Emperor. Even if I come from Purple Cap Mountain, I might have a grudge against the Demon Emperor. This guy is an abandoned disciple of Purple Cap Mountain. He might even betray Purple Cap Mountain. Maybe I've fought with him before. However, there's indeed something wrong with Purple Cap Mountain, Warlord said in a low voice. Not only is there a problem there, the problem might be very serious. If there's a chance, we still have to go and take a look. There's no one from the Jiang family at Purple Cap Mountain, and there are no other humans there. However, I found a passage at Imperial Sea Mountain that leads directly to the bounded domain. It should be related to Purple Cap Mountain. Someone can enter and exit Purple Cap Mountain through the passage at Imperial Sea Mountain. I went to check last time. The traces are very old. The underground has been drilled through. There's an underground passage. Qin Gaiang looked at him abruptly. He gritted his teeth and said, "Why didn't you say so earlier?" "What does it have to do with you?" Warlord's face was full of disdain. He snorted contemptuously before looking at Fang Ping and saying, "I'm talking to you, kid. I actually suspect that you, kid, are a demon emperor. That hole, maybe it was you who dug it. I see that you're good at digging holes." Fang Ping's expression was dark. He said righteously, "Senior, don't slander me. I never dig holes." What nonsense was he talking about? LV Zhan was here. Did he not care about his reputation? Who dug holes? However, there was actually a passage between Purple Cap Mountain and Imperial Sea Mountain. If that was the case, Warlord might have entered Purple Cap Mountain before. As he was thinking, Qin Gaiang also said in a low voice, "You went in." "No, I just took a glance." The passage was sealed. Once I barged in, the person who sealed it would probably sense it. Moreover, if I went in, the catacomb's true king might also discover it. That's why I didn't go in. Actually, it hasn't been long since they discovered it. Warlord said a few words and laughed. "I'm just reminding you. You should also check out the Shishan catacombs. Be careful of the passage. If the old ghost inside breaks out all at once, the Shishan catacombs is quite important. It'll be very troublesome. I'll be careful." Qin Gaiang responded. He attached great importance to this issue and did not let his guard down. Warlord said no more. He led Fang Ping and LV Zhan into the vortex.